Yo, this is DPS podcast. That's Damage Per Second podcast. Back on another fine Thursday night, feeling all right. And we got, a little bit more people here than we normally do. We got some a returning guest coming through, a famous alumni, as I would like to say. That this guy is well known, super well known. But we're gonna get into that into a moment. Episode 286, sorry, 87. I wanted to get that out the way and I got it wrong. Episode 287, we 13 episodes away from 300, which will be, I assume, how many weeks is left? Yeah, we'll be hitting that before the end of the year for certain. Fairly certain on that. But let's go ahead and get back to the intros. Let's get back to introducing as I said, the famous alumni we got here. Mr. Eric Jackson is in the house. What's up, bro?
Oh, I'm chilling, man. It feels good to be back. I haven't done this in a long time. It feels like so.
It's like riding a
So
bike. You'll be good. You'll be
yeah,
good.
yeah. I'm gonna kick the rust off, and we're gonna jump into this. But no, I appreciate you guys having me, man. Long overdue, long time. Definitely miss being on with you guys.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's been too long. It's been too long since you've been around. And for those who aren't aware, like Eric has moved away. He has escaped this hellscape of a country to go to a place where things are a bit more sane. I'm not going to out the country that you live in now, but that's part of the reason why you're not around as often as you used to be. But that said, catch us up on what's been going on, what you've been playing. Um, have you bought any new platforms or anything? What's been going on?
Well, I feel like I missed, for now at least, I missed the PC boat for a moment. I don't know what's gonna happen with that. I might have to take that small loan out because it seems like the console walls are shrinking in on me now.
Oh
You
yeah.
know?
Getting
Yeah,
way
yeah,
too
yeah.
expensive to
So,
own a console now. It used to be
oh man,
about like, oh, but sure, you may not get the performance of PC, but you're getting or the flexibility and freedom, but you're getting a curated experience that is optimized and cheaper. And now it's like, I
right?
mean, it's still cheaper, but it's like
It's like,
it
are you
hurt.
though?
It hurt.
Yeah,
It hurt a little bit.
Marginally.
And you getting all.
Marginally.
I don't think that's what people are asking for. But
but
yeah,
you know,
man.
but you know, but you know, the problem with that is like if you're charging what you're charging, but we're talking about this is all new hardware. Then you might go, that's still crazy, that price, because it's supposed to be about more about affordability, but at least that's all new hardware. We're talking 6-year-old consoles.
Hmm.
That's
6 year
crazy.
old man.
That's crazy. So yeah, but
Consoles. These consoles should be in the first grade, and
yeah,
they out here doubling their price. Crazy.
crazy.
Like buying a
Yes,
house. The value is increasing.
right, right. And we all came up through the generations of, at this point in the generation of a console, it's way
Like
cheaper than what it was. It's usually
half.
half the cost of what it was.
Right. It used to
Yeah, this
be.
is this is insane.
Yeah, as technology gets more advanced, older hardware
Hmm.
becomes cheaper. That's just kind of the way it's always been. And we know some of the controls that are in place right now. There will be a comeuppance for some of these companies that are essentially using the uh, the the
Yeah,
the ridiculous political climate to price gouge markets and do the absolute most. But um, you
yeah,
know,
exactly, exactly.
yeah, hopefully it gets all worked out um sometime soon. I know not like in the next year or so, but at least sometime soon. But again,
Sometimes soon. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, I'm just overjoyed to have you here, man. It's
Oh,
been too
same man.
long. Ramon Terrell, actor extraordinaire. What is up, bro? What you been up to? What you been playing?
Well, I am currently at this moment watching this freaking dog in 15.7 seconds destroy three different toys I tried to give her to keep her busy. So, yeah, dealing with that.
She's like,
On
"Come on, bro.
the
This is light work. What we do?"
dude, something that'll shatter your teeth, and she just sawing at it and just pieces everywhere, and it's like that wouldn't be so bad, but she's only a year old today, actually, so you know she gonna eat.
Mm,
So
Oh
hmm
there's
yeah,
so it's just god dang.
that puppy
But
energy, man.
so dude, man, it's unending. If we could find a way to harness that, we'd have energy around the world forever. But yeah, on the on the gaming side, I finished. What in the world was I playing? I don't even remember what I was playing. I remember I said I finished Black Flag, and that was good. I don't
That's when you know a
remember.
person out there gaming. Sorry, that's when you know people out here
Yeah,
gaming, not talking. Like, man, I've been
yeah,
playing so much, I don't know what I was playing.
oh, I remember now. I remember. So I played Onimusha 2 because getting ready for Way of the Sword. And
Okay.
dude, let me tell you, I'm able to put myself in a mental space where I remember, that I understand that it was it was a product of its time and everything. I loved my first playthrough of Warlords, the first Onimusha, a few months ago. I really enjoyed it. They modernized the controls and everything. And the visuals, I mean, it was remastered, but it's a PS2 game. But
Mhm.
Onimusha 2, man, I struggled. I struggled because there are a few things, including the camera, like there's enemies like I made it all the way to the final boss before I threw in the towel because he has this move where he goes up in the air and he throws these magical attacks at you, and you're running away from them, and then the camera will switch and then you run into it. And like that, it was starting to raise my blood pressure, and after a while I threw in the towel. I was like, you know what, I'll YouTube the ending. I've had enough.
Oh
Because I,
man,
I
you
just got
gave up,
tired.
gave up. You
Mm.
gonna YouTube the ending, give
Dude,
up. Wow.
bro, like the boss, like the boss wouldn't have been so bad, but when he's got a tornado coming at me and I'm running away from it, and then I run too far in one direction and the camera angle shifts, and then I end up
Okay.
stopping and then running back into it because the camera angle shifted. And I'm just
So you
like,
fighting
I,
the
I know
boss
this
and the
was
camera.
in the
Yeah,
camera, so
that
like,
old school design.
Mm.
yeah, man. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna say the game is bad because it's a product of its time, but I can do a lot. I can deal with graphics, I can deal with clunky controls, from old games. I can deal with a lot of things, but one, listening to it in English was painful because you can't they did this weird thing where if you switch to Japanese, it switches everything into Japanese. The
Mm.
subtitles, the menu. So like you can't I literally had to I was lucky that my mother-in-law was sitting on the couch playing her Sudoku because Japanese I can't remember the percentage, but a large percentage of hiragana is kanji, Chinese characters. So she was able to read enough of it to say, "Oh no, highlight that one, go back, highlight that one," and then I was able to get back into
Right.
English.
Oh wow.
So
Shout,
yes, so you can't like,
Wow.
shout out to mother-in-laws out there that know
Yeah.
Japanese and help us out. That's what's up.
and also shout out to her because some of those number puzzles, she does so many of those Sudoku puzzles that she figured them out faster than me. So shout out
Nice.
to her. So anyway, after Onimusha, I went and back into Crimson Desert, and I played another 3 hours of Crimson Desert, and that was enjoyable. And then today I fired up Control. So
Okay.
the first Control, obviously.
Okay.
You know,
Have you
Control
you
was
beat that before, right?
on PS5, yeah, Ultimate
Oh,
Edition
okay.
on
So you just
PS5.
kind of run through it again before Resident comes out.
Yeah, and then actually get to experience it on PC as well. Control
Yeah,
is
it's
funny.
definitely a better experience on there. My bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, it taught me a lesson in humility.
Okay.
Control taught me a lesson in humility because I fired it up and I'm like, yeah, man, I got my 4080 Super and I got my Ryzen 7 7800X 3D 32 gig of RAM. I'm about
Yeah,
to
that
crank
that
this
that
sucker up,
old
dude. I was
game,
pounding,
that old game is
man.
no
I was
joke, huh?
pounding my chest, dude. I was pounding my chest like King Kong. And then when I fired that sucker up and turned on Afterburner and it said 30 frames per second, I was like, what? So I went back in and I had to the way they do the menu, they don't say DLSS quality, performance, so forth. It asks you what the render resolution is and then what the display resolution is.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't realize that at first, and I was like, oh, okay, I see what they're doing here. So I had to I'll use DLSS, and I went quality, I think, at 4K, because that's the other thing. When you go full screen borderless, it automatically does 4K no matter what resolution you
Yeah,
set it at.
it doesn't allow you to change the resolution, but you're only using one display screen, right?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, you should just
yeah,
go with just straight full screen. Because then you won't have to then you can change the resolution all you want on just straight full screen, or I think what sometimes some
but the
games may
display
show
is
it as
weird though.
full screen exclusive. But you said
But when
displays
I did
weird.
full screen, it displayed weird. Yeah, it displayed weird. When I go borderless, then it's full screen, because usually full screen and borderless, are more or less the same. It's just you can change settings when you go to the other one. But for some reason with this one, when I went full screen, it it changed the way it looked. The aspect ratio was weird, so I have to play with it a little bit.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah,
I use full screen borderless for the majority of time on PC, but I have dual monitors. So what borderless actually does is especially if you're streaming as well, it allows you to
yeah,
move the mouse off the screen that you're playing the game
yeah,
on to your second screen without needing to hit like the Windows key or tab or something in order to uh uh like detach away from the game, your mouse that is, in
yeah.
order to manipulate something else. And so it just makes things easier. But I do typically realize that for most PC games, there is a slight hit the performance on full screen borderless compared to just full screen. So from what even though I don't play on just a single monitor. A lot of people do just go straight full screen. But you should have the ability to manipulate aspect ratio and resolution to get it fully, covering the entire display on your TV the way it should. It's just weird that it's not doing that. Weird.
Yeah, I'm gonna play with it again, hopefully tomorrow. But yeah,
Also, real quick, I
it
do have
it
a
definitely.
suggestion for you. So you were saying, but
Okay.
because Control is old. Control is like one of the first games that actually
Last gen
did ray
console.
tracing on PC, was doing
Yeah,
ray tracing.
on
And
PC.
so and they were one of the first games that actually implement the upscaling upscalers that they were the first ones implementing DLSS.
Oh, okay.
I know that Remedy did not necessarily like a remaster, but they kind of did an update to kind of update some of the the options that you have, because things have advanced so much further since the game came out, that like what Control offered was just like not even what you would get for like a typical modern release on PC. But I think that the version of DLSS that you're on with Control by default is not like 4.0. It's not transformer model. It's CNN model.
Oh,
So
okay.
you're getting like like really kind of like I would say out of whack performance for not that much of a benefit visually as well as performance wise. What I would suggest that you do is install this app called DLSS Swapper. And what it does is you can download to like a a repository on your PC all the latest versions of DLSS, and then you can it has a nice little interface. It has all your it will search and find all the games that you have installed in your PC, and then you can pick and choose just to on your own update games on your own manually for the latest versions of DLSS. And that can, without needing to wait for Remedy to update it, you can update it yourself.
Oh man, thank you for that.
Yeah, it's called
Thank you.
DLSS Swapper is what it's called. There's some other ones that do it too, but I would recommend that one in particular because it has the option to for you to choose which games you want to update. There's another one out there that would do it automatically. Like as soon as you pull up, open the app, it's automatically updating your DLSS or AMD or whatever, or XESS to the latest versions for all the games you have. The problem with that is that I know you don't play a lot of multiplayer games, but if you play multiplayer games, that can be a problem because you're manipulating game files, and
Oh,
a game's anti-cheat could think that you're cheating and therefore ban you.
oh,
So like that's why I like using DLSS Swapper, because I am choosing which games to actually update and not having it
okay.
do it automatically. And other some other cases like Fortnite, for example, if it's not the version, and also Epic does this because they got their own upscaler for Unreal Engine. It's TSR, and it's not terrible, but it's not better than DLSS. But in Fortnite, because they're promoting it, they have not updated DLSS since like 2.2. That's like a long, long time ago. And so if you try to update DLSS in Fortnite, it will just not have the option. If it's not the actual version of DLSS that they set it for, which is super outdated, then it's just like it will disappear. Some games do it like that. Other games will just outright ban you. So I would just, again, for anyone listening, don't don't update it for multiplayer games or games with any kind of competitive scene that use anti-cheat. Uh, yeah, but if
Appreciate that.
hey, no problem, man. Forte, are you good? I know Forte was having some audio issues. Are you good now?
So what?
Try one more time. Yeah, I can't hear you, buddy. Have you? I don't know if you've tried this or not, but try to restart your computer, or restart your audio software or your mic, because
You
it's
the
just
podcast? Who you talking to?
talking to gamer for a second. All right, we'll get this figured out. All right, so I'll go ahead. In the meantime, while we get situation with Forte figured out, what you see on the Jumbotron is Modern Warfare 4's beta, and it's been kind of interesting. Um,
Mm.
so I have my issues with it, and there's been a lot of complaints on the beta so far, but my issues are not apparently the issues that most people are complaining about. Most people are complaining about, they're saying that the game is still too fast, that they feel like they're trying to do a mixture um of the more recent Call of Duties that have been really fast, and then the slower pace of what you expect from Modern Warfare, and they feel like it's not a good mix. I actually don't mind the pace of the game, speed of the game at all. Actually, uh, I think it's good. It's a good happy medium. They took out omni movement, so people ain't doing pirouettes and parkouring off walls and then headshotting you. None of that stuff is going on. It's more traditional, sliding around corners, slide cancels, drop shots, that kind of stuff. But you still got people complaining, so it is what it is. My issue is more of like when the beta first started, it seemed as if there was something going on where it was like every time I would try to move in any way that was more than just running straight, the game was like penalizing me. Like it was like actively trying to slow me down, which was weird. And then they did an update, and then everything was better. So I was like, okay, maybe it was just a bug. They fixed that. I think the gunplay's fine. I saw some people complaining about the guns and saying, "Oh, well, like there's so many attachments and there's so many levels to the guns." But what they didn't realize is that a lot of the guns use the same attachment. So if you unlock, say, a scope on one gun on the M4, if there's another gun that uses that same scope on the I guess the path, the leveling up to unlock that scope, you can kind of skip it, and so it actually speeds up the process of unlocking weapons and whatnot. That's it. The skill-based matchmaking is really ridiculous. It's everything is a sweat fest. And when you have very strict skill-based matchmaking, essentially it's going to make it very difficult for friends of various skill levels to play together. Um, it's a lot of the same, like, they came out saying a bunch of stuff, trying to defend it with data, and it's really like everything they're saying is the opposite of what they were saying a year ago when Black Ops 7 came out. So it's just like, were you lying then or are you lying now? I don't know. Like it's just it's really wild with that. I think the maps are kind of subpar. They're just not that great. I think I might like two maps that were in the beta. And yeah, like there was this SMG that was like ridiculous. This happens in every beta. There's always one weapon that becomes the meta and it's like way, way, way overpowered. And so they already nerfed that. But it's a lot of other things going on. They were talking about nerfing controller stuff, and I don't know, but it's fine. I would say if you want to try it out tomorrow, the open beta will be open, so you don't need to pre-order the game to try it. You can just play it and you should be good to go. Uh, what else? What else? I played this demo. So there's this demo, this game called Usual June, and it's a little like a weird kind of indie game that I saw at like a showcase. I think it might have been ID at Xbox or something like that. But it had like a black girl as the main protagonist. I said, all right, let me give it a shot. And I put it on my wish list on Steam. And I don't know what happened with the game because that was well over a year ago. And I saw there was a demo out for it recently. And so I said, all right, let me try the game out. And I'm glad I got to play this demo because I'm out on this game. And look, I really, really want to like it, but the combat is just so janky. It's really, really bad. And the story seemed pretty somewhat interesting. The characters, like you basically just reading the dialogue because the characters are kind of like, you guys know how like there'll be some games where like I guess in lieu of bringing in voice actors and having to pay them, you just got like people just going talking like "Whoop-a, whoop-a, whoop-a, whoop-a," like stuff like that, and
Oh yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
not like real words, but you're just reading the dialogue, and so it's like, oh, okay, all right, well, beep boop, beep boop, okay, but like I'm
Yeah,
just
that's the
reading,
move.
Yeah.
yeah,
Like,
and it's
yeah, yeah.
and the words don't like the things they're saying don't mean anything because at one point in the demo, one character goes, "Yeah," and well, I'm reading "yeah," but they're like beep boop,
Uh,
and then the other one goes "yeah" back, but they don't go beep boop, they go "digga bigga bugga," and I'm just like, y'all just saying anything, okay? Like this, there's nothing, there's no language, there's no translation here. It's
right, right.
just whatever,
It's like
right?
not even your yeahs should be synced, like synced up at least. Like
Yeah, you
in
just
your fake
saying
language.
whatever. You just in this fake lane. You just saying whatever. But the thing is, like,
Oh,
I was really disappointed with the combat because I was really kind of digging the characters and what they were doing, and it really like what I'm showing on the jumbotron is literally how the demo started. Like I had no idea what the heck is going on, but it seemed interesting. And but then as
Yeah.
soon as the combat started, I was like, oh my gosh, this is really bad. Like it's
oh.
just
Mm,
and I don't want to complete like I haven't taken it off my wish list, but it's kind of like I'm not as looking as forward to it as I once was. Maybe they can fix the combat because I'm fairly certain, even though I haven't checked, that all the feedback they probably got from it is just this combat is pretty bad. And so hopefully they'll get that figured out. But in the meantime, I'm just like I'm good. I'm
right, right.
I will just kind of see how it goes and check in with it from time to time. But I'm not going to. It's not going to be something that I'm looking forward to uh, um, in the future. And especially with all the games that are coming out now, it's just like, yeah, it ain't that serious. Now
Yeah,
the
that's the
other
thing, man.
thing,
With so many games dropping, it's like you got a short window to lock it in.
yeah, and as soon as you lose people's attention, a lot of times they don't come back, which I'm still,
Right.
on the fence with it. I'm still trying to see what's up with it, but yeah, it's definitely not high on my list of stuff to look forward to. Now, the other thing I
Mm.
played was Resonance: A Plague Tale Story, which came out today, and
Yeah,
that
I'm
is
downloading it right now,
available.
actually.
Awesome, yeah. And look, it's in Game
Man, y'all
Pass.
killing me because I've been on the fence. I've been on the fence.
Okay, but let me maybe I can help you make a decision with this. So I would say so far I've only really done the prologue. Actually, I wouldn't even say I'm out of the prologue because it kind of like it has the what you see on Jumbotron is the opening story, the opening cutscene. The story seems is very interesting. I think I got an idea of how this ties into the first two Plague Tale games because it definitely seems
Uh
as
huh.
if this is like a side story, but also a prequel because I think the timeline is like well before those games with Alicia and little Hugo
Yeah.
and
Then
all
they say
that.
it's like some. I'm not sure exactly how many years, but yeah, it's like way before those
Yeah.
events or something like that. I understand.
Um,
Yeah.
but the combat is
No, they
such
explained
a
it weird because they say it's 15 years before the second one, which means it's before the first one because Hugo is not 15 years old. So I don't know why they
Okay.
say it's 15 years before the first one when Hugo is like what 9 years old.
yeah,
Like
Hugo
he's
wasn't even alive when yeah.
yeah.
Right.
So but anyway, that's always had me scratching my head. I'm like, why are you saying it's 15 years before the first one when that means it's before both of them?
Yeah.
But
And
sorry,
so
I jumped in.
no, you good, you good.
Yeah,
So
that is kind of weird.
and I think you guys are probably seeing it right now. There's some weird performance issues with it, and I understand with it's an animation stutter and traversal stutter that's a, that's occurring
Mm.
when you first play the game, and it's the first time certain scenes run or certain animations are done. Like they did not get all the shaders completely compiled. And so this is typically an
Mhm.
issue that you see with Unreal Engine 5, but this isn't even an Unreal Engine 5 game. This is Asobo's proprietary game engine, which is called Zuna, I think. This is the engine that they use for the first two Plague Tale games, for Microsoft Flight Sim, and I don't recall this kind of level of performance issues with those games. They were
No,
very
no.
demanding games, but they were very pretty. This game looks good too. I think some of the character models look a little interesting, but it's a pretty game. It's a good looking game. The combat though is
Okay.
what really I think is nailing it for me. I'm still in the stages of
Oh, that's
learning
good.
it because they're kind of doling out the tutorial of the combat as they dole out the story. So like the main character, she's like growing up and then she's being taught how to fight. And then a lot of it is like she goes back and forth between what's happening in real time and then things that she had learned, the things that happened to her, and then the people that are her allies teaching her how to defend herself. And then so you learn it, and then it goes into the present time, and then you're actually using that for her to defend herself. So it was in early times. I did this recording and then I played it a little bit later as I had a little bit more free time. And like again, I don't even think I'm out of the prologue, but so far I'm liking it. I'm enjoying it so far. The combat's good. Um,
Okay.
That's good to hear because I've been
Yeah,
on the
I'm looking
fence on
forward to it.
like I've always been in on getting it, but I've been on the fence on when I was gonna get it because I was wanting to
Right.
get it sooner than later, but I was like, man, am I gonna wait or am I gonna go ahead and grab it because it's on sale on Green Man for well up here anyway, $60. So that's like $7, $8 off or something like that. So I mean, it's not a big deal, but they run out of keys sometimes. So I've been on the fence on
Right.
when to get it.
Well, I still have Game Pass. I'm actually just gonna check it out on the Series X.
Yeah, that's what I did. I
Oh,
got it on Game Pass. Yeah.
Yeah.
oh, okay, okay.
Yep. But
So
I'm
I'll take it through
Xbox
the paces and
PC.
let you know, Ramon. Yeah.
Say that again.
I'll take it through some paces too and let you know. Because I love
Oh,
this
okay.
world, so I'm hoping because like Plague Tale, like 1 and 2 are two of my favorite games.
Yeah,
And I
they
know
were.
this one is, this one's definitely more like on the side of brutal combat versus like stealthier combat.
Yeah,
Like Amicia and stuff. So
so like for me, the first Plague Tale game, I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I really thought it was
mhm.
very unique how you would use the rats to kind of help you get through
Yeah,
situations, how guiding the
Yeah.
rats or like kind of pushing them in certain directions was like it's like a puzzle, how you would get past a certain section, and it made sense when Alicia was this like young teenager, and you're trying to protect Hugo, who's like super super young. But then like and so like her with the slingshot and how that's how she fights, it makes sense. She's fighting soldiers, hardened criminals and killers and stuff, and she's a child. So it made sense at that time. For the second game, when she's still throwing slingshots and rocks and stuff, I'm just like, bro,
Well, I mean, she's not that much older though, man. You got
yeah, but
like
come on, man. Like this is like
look at the people she's
you
up
and she's
old
against.
still
enough
not
to
like a war. She's still not like the
Overpowered.
warrior. So you're saying she should have at least gotten like
get some
like a
skills.
small crossbow
Yeah,
or something.
exactly. Get some
She
skills.
did
Come
get a
on, man.
crossbow.
We doing
She
the
did get a crossbow
same.
later in the
eh,
game. She did get one.
That's right. That's
Well,
right. I forgot about it.
I wasn't feeling. I think I may have got halfway through the second game, and I just didn't go back to it. So
No, I love the second
Oh,
very,
game.
man.
I was
The second one
very,
ripped my heart out, but it was really good.
I was
Yeah,
just
yeah.
really excited to see this change of pace with combat, even though it's a different character. But like, I I I really enjoyed this world, but I just didn't wanna really go through it again with the same game design that the previous game had. So, actually having different combat is what I'm looking forward to. So I'll play a lot more of this
Yeah, I
over
agree
the
with that.
weekend, and let you guys know how I feel about it next week.
I'll be looking forward to both of your inputs on this because,
Yeah.
like,
So I've been playing more of this other game, Dragon Sword Awakenings, which is like Genshin Impact without the
oh yeah,
gacha. And I'm near the end. I'm like in the last chapter of the game. So like the last major storyline. But instead of just going forward and beating the game, what I've been doing is doing like all this grinding and fighting bosses and leveling up characters. I have all but one of the characters now. So I have like 17 of these characters. And I'm just like I just been enamored with like trying to find the perfect team because like some characters they synchronize well with certain other characters. And so they can do like the way the combat works is what you see on the Jumbotron is like I'm like tagging in other people on my team, and it's 3 people per team, and you do more damage when you're tagging other teammates in frequently, and so
Hmm.
that is how you could like you could be sometimes I'm like level 50, my team's level 50, and I'm fighting bosses that are like level 65, level 70. They're 20 levels higher than me, and I'm still beating them because I have a team with great that are in sync very well, and I'm using the combat the right way to kind of beat them. So it's just there's that. There's like all the different skills and getting different armor. It's all that stuff that I really enjoy, but I don't have the hindrance of the gotcha system slowing it down. Like you still have these things, they call them breakthroughs, where typically in a gotcha game like Genshin Impact or Honkai Star Rail, like you'll get to a certain point in the story and you can't go any further in the story until you reach a certain level. And they do have that here, but getting to the next level isn't dependent upon how many characters you have. Like you'll just play through the game in the story and they'll just give you these tokens to unlock characters, or you'll just get certain characters naturally through the story as they're introduced, or the story determines like this person should be a part of your party now because they're a major part of the story now. And so
Mhm.
you don't have those kind of hindrances. 'Cause what happens in Genshin Impact, what happened in those MiHoYo games is they will make it so like you need to unlock and max level like say 8 characters in order to get to chapter 3, but you only got 5 characters, and you have no way of, without spending money, getting more characters to then unlock. So you gotta go into their gotcha system, and then you gotta get loot boxes, and then you gotta keep opening loot boxes until they give you a character that you don't have, and then you can level that character up. So it's like what will end up happening is you will end up running out of whatever current in-game currency there is to get more tokens, to get more loot boxes. And how do you get more? You're gonna have to spend money. And so when it gets to that point is when I'm like, all right, I'm out. Peace out. I just don't
Yeah, right.
I don't engage any further. And I typically it can get a good like maybe like 15 hours out of the game before it comes to that point. The cool thing about Dragon Sword is that because there is no gacha, I don't have to worry about any of that. So I just been in there grinding, figuring out how to find great combinations with characters and getting the most out of their skills and their karma as they call it to really like give them exclusive perks for in certain like the ways you can like change their abilities and how they operate. So it's a good time. It's fun. It's not because it's not gotcha. It's not free like a lot of those other games are. I think it costs like $30. I think it was 30 to get in.
Yeah,
So
something like that. Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Um,
Nice.
what else? One more thing. Zero Star Wars Zero Company came out today. I have not bought it. I'm a buy it tomorrow, or is it? I'll buy it tonight. Something. I haven't got a chance to play it,
Mhm.
but I will be playing that tomorrow. So and I'll have more time to play it this weekend. So
Those
I'll have
reviews
some thoughts.
on that.
Yeah, it's been pretty positive. A lot of people are
Yeah.
really, really happy with it, and I'm pretty excited for it because it's anything but XCOM
Yeah.
combat gets my interest. And if it's done well, and then you got like Star Wars story, which is Star Wars, it's already an interesting IP. It's not the greatest story in the world, but it's pretty good. So it's just like you got a good IP with a good genre, and you do a good job with it. I'm gonna be there. So um
Yeah.
before we get into the rapid fire topics, Forte, are you good to go, man?
What do you mean?
Dude, what are you talking about? Your mic has been trash all night long, and you mean what do you mean?
I don't know what you mean.
It sounds good now, though.
Oh, it sounds
Yeah.
great now. I don't know what he mean. What you mean?
Oh, what do you mean?
He's trying to make me angry tonight. Is what he's
Shorten your
trying to do.
lifespan.
Yeah, he's trying. He's trying. It's
That
not
ain't hard to
working.
do. That's not
It's
hard to
not
do, though.
working. Oh, you see,
Not
see, you
hard.
see, this fake trolling is not working. That's not your forte, gaming
Oh,
forte. Okay. So, what you been up to? What you been
I realized.
playing? Oh, go ahead. What were you saying there?
Oh no, I was just gonna say I just realized like I didn't even really say like what I had been playing.
Oh yeah, go
And it
ahead.
just like real quick. I mean, before as we were about to head out, seeing it from Spain, I said, you know what, I'm gonna jump on Hollow Knight because
Oh, okay.
I
Silk
never got
Song.
around to it. Yeah, yeah. And I know I still want to get the Silk Song and everything, so I kind of started that, and so I can see why it's definitely like an indie darling or whatever the case may be. But I put about 75 hours in
Okay.
and finished at about 104%. I think the most you can get is 112%. So and honestly, when I looked up on like how long to beat, they were saying like it could take anywhere from 40 to 50 hours. I'm like, I don't know who was clearing it like that because that game is dense. It's very dense, and on top of that, when you have all the DLCs in there, But definitely enjoyed that. Looking forward to jumping on Silksong at some point. I just need a break from that world before I jump into a Silksong, because that's another one that's probably going to take like anywhere between that 60, 70 hour to explore like a good portion of it. So but definitely enjoyed that. But I just, as I've been here, I just been kind of jumping around. Been kind of been like a vibe of like kind of hitting some of the backwards compatibility, like old school stuff. So I had never finished Dante's Inferno, so I jumped into that, and that joint is a head rush. Just
Dante's
like
Inferno. I'm trying to remember.
That is a
that's like the
freaky
God of
game.
War. That's like the God
Yeah,
of
yeah,
War
yeah, yeah.
clone.
Yeah, I remember.
And and it's definitely a game and a product of that time period. I was actually talking to Ramon about it. Like he said he tapped out at one point because it just got crazy. And I was like, I'm gonna keep rolling, but they were definitely in their bag. Between that and Dead Space, this team was very, very much like,
Nasty.
yeah, they were about to gore, but Dante's Inferno definitely took it to a whole different level, man. I'm talking like, demon chicks where they're like, how they do that horror thing where they kind of go like prone, like on all fours almost, but like reverse.
Oh yeah, yeah,
And then
yeah.
they're shooting like claw tentacles like out of their like vaginas and wrapping you up. And
Yeah, that's like the go-to move for all these games now.
yeah,
It's not
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
horror. It's gotta be some
That
sick,
was roughly,
grotesque stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
roughly about where I was just like, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm done.
Then fighting like, oh, and then I had like that. I had the Wolverine Sentinel fight equivalent a couple times in that game, and I'm like, so yeah, we've been doing this for a long time. I don't know what people are so
You mean
upset about.
another game did that?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but the Sentinel didn't have like his breast out where the nipples were flipping in and out and releasing little baby like crab creatures to
Yep,
come and kill
I
you.
remember.
Where do
Oh,
Like,
people get these ideas? You
I
just
don't know, bro.
these
I
folks
don't
need
know.
therapy.
And then at the end, I was dying laughing because I'm like, I don't know what purpose it serves, but you're fighting Lucifer at the end, and I'm just like,
Oh,
for whatever reason, they just decided to like give him like a huge horse penis that he's running around like as you're fighting him. I'm like, you guys are
Oh
all
man.
right,
oh, dude,
all
that was
right.
out there.
I've
Heard
never
about
read
that.
Dante's Inferno. I don't know if they make reference to all this stuff or this is the imagery that it puts forth. I have no idea. But okay, so that's what we did. So I did that. But then I spent a lot of time, I should say, with the Onimusha Way of the Sword demo. And like Ramon said too, actually, that got me to go through Onimusha 1 while he was doing Onimusha 2. So, and it's been years since I played that. But yeah, you definitely have to bring your head back into a space playing like those older games like that, because there's certain things that, certain muscle memory that we have now that we're looking to do, like camera control and stuff like that, that's just not there.
Mm.
But it is. Well, the good thing about revisiting some of those old games is like they're not built to hold you forever, like a lot of the games we have now. Like most of those games you can clear 5 to 6 hours and you're out. Which is great because I don't know if I could handle much more than that now. But it's kind of good to revisit them.
Yeah.
But the Way of the Sword demo, man, I really feel like it's gonna be another situation where people are feeling like Capcom is in their bag.
I feel like they've been like the
Um,
best publisher this year. If you really
they
think
do. They've
Yeah.
been,
you
Oh
really think
yeah,
yeah,
about
easily.
they've been, like if Onimusha is a quality title that really hits,
mhm,
they would have been 4 for 4 this year.
Three.
yeah,
Because
Oh,
they
four.
yeah,
had
What's the fourth one?
Monster Hunter
Resident
Stories
Evil.
3 came out. That was
Oh,
reviewed
Stories 3.
well,
That's
did well.
yep,
You got Resident Evil Requiem, which did amazing. It's probably going to be a game of the year contender. You got
yeah.
Pragmata, which is a brand new IP that people really
fantastic.
enjoyed, reviewed
Which
well, and so
I love
then
that game.
you
So
bring
did
it back
I.
on Emusha, like it's going to be their year, man. Shout out to Capcom.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I think
yeah. They did.
if the demo's an indicator, I think it'll be in that conversation too. The combat is very, to me, very fluid, very good. Their parry system is very stylish, like in a way. It's got like a flair to it that is like really interesting, kind of sets it apart from like your Ghost of Tsushima or Yote or whatever. And some of the other games, that have parry systems or whatever. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna be really interesting. It still feels like Onimusha, but that definitely like that modern vibe. So yeah, so definitely looking forward to that one. But that's pretty much where I've been playing.
Ooh. Forte, what you been playing, man?
Yes. Let's see. What have I been playing? Battlefield 6, doing some Top Gun. Outside of that, I restarted playing Code of the Lamb. I bought all the DLC for it about a week ago.
Forgot about
I've been
that game.
I've been going down the Woo Haven route. It's been kind of crazy, man. Everybody I know has is a part of my code, and some of those people, if they piss me off bad enough, that's where I take all my frustrations out on people. Like, you aren't doing good. Let me get sacrifice you to the greater good. But that game's awesome. I just jumped back in, and I'm playing that on Switch for the most part.
Have you sacrificed me, Forte?
I did that on Xbox. I did that on Xbox One, like when it first came out, a couple of times.
A couple of times. So what you named another lamb, me, and then sacrificed me again? Wow, that's
technically 3 times.
Okay.
Because I had one that was called SloMo, then I had one that was called Backslap, and then I had one that was called SloMoBackSlap. It was like the twins. They were all there. They were triplets and stuff. So, anytime that you got on my nerves bad enough, I was like, you know what? Instead of cussing SloMo out, I'm just going to sacrifice him in this game if he does something stupid. Or I'll have you eat rotten food or something like that. Stuff that,
So I'm sick.
Right, exactly. Some diabolical stuff. No, not for real. Though. I ain't do all that to you. I did kill you a couple of times in my game, though, or sacrifice you, I should say. But
I ain't do all that. I did kill you a couple times.
But guess what? That's nowhere near how many times I have sacrificed my own family, living family in that game for like getting me yelled at for little things like you ain't washed the dishes. Now your mom's pissed at me.
I don't know if you want to admit that.
No, I don't tell my kids all the time. I was like, listen, I have favorites in this house. I have favorites. I don't care what they say you ain't supposed to have favorites. I have favorites. My favorites is the one that's not pissing me off at that moment.
Wow.
That's how we work. That's how we roll around here. But that's good. But yeah, played that. Also started. I picked up Final Fantasy Integrate and Rebirth on Switch 2. Well, not on Switch 2, but I picked up the Switch versions of them because they were like deeply on sale.
What was the cost?
$24 each.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah, that's yeah.
I was saying so $50 for both of them. I was like, let's go. So I picked those. I picked both those up, and I was thinking that's like this is kind of gonna move me in the direction. I'm still gonna buy it on PC when the third one comes out, but I'll probably end up buying that one on Switch 2 at some point too, because I pre-ordered my copy of Fire Emblem. Fortune Weave the other like 2 days ago, and then I also pre-ordered Kingdom Hearts 1 through 3 for the Switch 2 because I was like, I have to give this game a try. Kingdom Hearts 4 looks way too good for me not to give it a try, so I'm gonna attempt the unthinkable and go through Kingdom Hearts 1 through 3 and see how it actually goes.
I hope
it
comes
out. I've started Kingdom Hearts 1 so many times. I've started it so many times, and I always kind of get to the same spot, and then I kind of fade out. I don't know what it.
Same with me.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it, but it never.
It'll grab you. Yeah. But the fourth,
I'm exactly the same way.
Yeah,
I tried it a couple times.
Yeah, before it looks so good, man.
It does. That's the thing. I'm always looking at it like, I wish I really loved this.
Yeah, it just makes me. But I've said I've never played the first 3, and I was like, I gotta. So since they gotta,
hey, but maybe SloMo can speak to this. But don't they say that you kind of need to understand everything that's going on? You got to go through all of it.
You got to, yeah. That's
I've heard that people can go through all of it and still not know what the heck is going on.
Oh, I agree.
I heard that too.
That
I
is
would actually
definitely
recommend
thing.
that you don't just go through 1 through 3 because I think there's like some other like side ones or something, or maybe
Yeah,
even
there's
Oh
like the
like
yeah,
Game Boy
dream.
games and everything
Yeah,
else,
yeah.
like
dream
Double
So
drop
Drop and all that
distance
stuff. Yeah.
and
you might
recode
wanna
it.
you might I mean still play them, but since you already bought them, but maybe look up a YouTube video that can explain what's
The
happening.
the things that are missing in between. That's
Yeah,
probably what's gonna happen.
yeah.
Uh,
Assuming there is a YouTube video that can explain.
Yeah, the
I don't.
video's like,
There have been attempts.
I don't
There
know.
have been attempts.
What we
I
think,
don't know how
what we
good they
think is
are.
I, got, I ain't got time to explain what I ain't got time to explain because this is
Right.
completely out of the
yeah.
way. But yeah, so I picked that up and then for the most and then like I said, I'm about halfway through Final Fantasy, probably a little bit further, about probably 3/4 of the way through Final Fantasy 6 on Switch 2.
Oh, nice.
So
So
that could I
you're
bear
already in the new world aspect of it.
yes, I am. It is glorious. Freaking Kefta. I can't understand. I can't believe this. I can't believe
I'm
this.
gonna have to go back and give Rebirth another try.
Yeah, you should.
Revelation.
And then well, that's the main reason I bought because I was like, I want to, especially with Revelation coming out they put a date. It's like February of next year, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have to go through these again before then. But the thing I was surprised that I picked up, and it was purely an impulse buy. I picked up Metal Gear Solid today on the Switch 2 because everybody kept walking in my store and they kept buying it. And the only copy we still had left was the Switch 2 version. And I looked at some reviews and I was like, surprisingly, everybody's saying this game runs really well on it. It's like averaging like in the 40 to 45 frames per second. And I was like, that's not
That would
bad.
make sense, though.
That's
It's a
pretty good.
PS3.
Well,
Yeah, no, I'm seeing that most people saying it's solid and it's good to finally
Yeah,
have it untethered
from the
from the
PS3.
PS3.
Because I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm not looking forward to that 45-minute 45-minute intro to the game.
Oh my god.
That's a cutscene.
Why does Kojima get away with this stuff? No one else can get away with having a 45
He's the auteur,
minute.
SloMo. He's the auteur.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like double standards to me.
As soon as I saw that game, I was like, man, do I really want to sit here and smoke a cigarette? Remember why the game was like loading in the background? It was smoking a cigarette on the start screen.
Yeah, he's smoking a cigarette, man.
Yeah.
And I hate cigarettes, so I had to sit there and watch him. I could practically smell it through the TV.
I was like,
so mad the first time I watched it.
I said, is this like a thing? I said, oh, I can't even get past this. This is basically an invisible load screen, but it won't let you do anything while the game is installing still.
And it'd be like 5 minutes too. It'd be like a 5-minute loading screen.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, bro. I was sitting there like, yeah, but I picked it because it's like, dude, when I tell you a bunch of people was like it. I didn't even realize it came out on Switch 2. And then I looked in the drawer and I was like, oh man, this is out on Switch 2. And then literally the majority of my pre-orders was the Switch 2 version. So congratulations.
That's interesting.
Congratulations to all of you guys out there that are putting your money where your mouth is and got PlayStations and still bought it on another platform because you don't want to support foolery, but it is what it is. We ain't gonna go down that road again. But yeah, it's a lot of people that I know that bought the game like literally in the store. And I was like, dang. How many versions of the Switch 2 version we got pre-ordered? It was like probably 15 or 16 copies versus like, I think it was like 11 or 12 for the PlayStation 5. And then there was like 3 for the Xbox Series X, which is crazy. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. So I put it in my Switch to install it because it is a game key card. Anybody that has problems with that, I say, listen, so is most of the games you play on Xbox and PlayStation. Those are game key cards too. It's just the fact that Nintendo put a name to it, and now you're upset. But we're gonna move on from that. But
don't be triggering people by the Forte.
Listen, it is the most idiotic thing I've ever heard when people complain about game key cards. I'm like, bro, have you not seen a lot of like NBA 2K and Madden and all of these games that have to install before you can play them?
You know what's funny? I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real with you. I had like an issue with the game key card at first, only for the fact that studios that don't need to use the game key card are still using the game key card. There's a
I
lot of
agree.
stuff from Square. They don't. You can't. You tell me you can't fit that on there a full
Well, it's
game,
just
especially when you have Bethesda putting like Indiana Jones and Oblivion fully on the card, right?
or
So,
CD Projekt
but
Red,
you know,
all of Cyberpunk
but you know,
on it.
right? Exactly. Cyberpunk fully on card, right? But you know what really made me ease up on the game key cards? I don't have any game key cards yet, but you know what made me ease up is when Sony came out and announced what they announced. I'm like, game key cards don't seem as bad considering what Sony wants to do.
Facts. And then I'm not,
You know?
and I'm not sitting like I said, knowing your stance on that. I'm not saying that, people are freaking idiots for thinking, because everybody has a different way. It's just when you sit here, you listen to people complaining about game key cards, and I'm sitting there like, bro, it's been like this. It's not, y'all act like this is something new. This has been like this for a decade. It's just that Nintendo put a name to it. They called it something. Now everybody wants to be upset about it because they called it something. And, but it is what it is. But yeah, going back to the fact I was truly shocked how many copies of Metal Gear was being sold on the Switch 2. And I mean, Nintendo's doing some stuff right. And on top of the fact that the rumor being on September 6th, we're going to get a Ocarina of Time direct with a console being announced. I almost had to look at a customer sideways. They came into the store, they were talking about a Switch 2, and I said, yeah, there's rumors of an Ocarina of Time one coming on the 6th when if they do a direct. And they was like, oh, really? I said, yeah. I was like, what's your favorite? They said, yeah, Zelda's one of my favorite. I said, what's your favorite Zelda game? And that man had the nerve to tell me, he said, my favorite one is TP. I said, what? Twilight Princess? Listen, I understand that some people like other Zelda games, but listen, nothing is better, in my opinion, in most people's opinion, than Ocarina of Time. Greatest Zelda game ever created right there.
Time is a GOAT.
Nothing's better than that.
I gotta say
TP might be second. TP might be second. I don't know, man. I'm still I'm still pretty much. Majora's Mask. I'm sorry, bro. That was like the greatest time in gaming right there on GameCube. Let's be for real.
All right, let's
Majora's
get
Mask
into,
was dope.
Yeah.
Let's get into these topics. We actually may have rapid fire topics. Actually, I don't know. We'll see. It might be musky fire.
You can skip them.
We're not gonna skip them. We're not gonna skip them. But
we're an hour into the show. We could skip them.
No, we couldn't skip them.
Yeah, we could.
No, we can't.
They're not really needed.
Oh, really? That was perfect timing. So, first rapid fire topic up. We got some bad news, or some news that we everyone kind of assumed was going to end up happening. But 1047 Games made a statement yesterday saying that Impulse and Splitgate Reloaded are both officially dead. Impulse never came out of early access. Splitgate Reloaded has been out for about a year now, a little less than a year, I would say. But neither game got enough players to kind of maintain them continuing to support those games. They had to do layoffs, and yeah, it's just not going to happen. Now, at least on the bright side of things, if you spent money on these games, they will still be active. And, you got to give 1047 Games credit for this. They have, instead of pulling an EA with Anthem and pulling a game that people spent money on completely offline, making it unplayable, 1047 Games has converted both games from dedicated servers to peer-to-peer, which means that starting, I think, September 3rd, I think is where the date they say it's definitely the first week of September. So somewhere in the first week of September, an update will come out for both games transitioning, but with some new content that they have been working on. But that new update will transition the games to peer-to-peer so they can operate independently of 1047 games. And for the tiny communities that are playing those games, they can continue to play them indefinitely. So,
Mm.
Forte, what are your thoughts about 1047 games? Oh, one more thing. They're not saying that they're going out of business or anything, although I do think this next game they make will be their last chance to kind of stay alive. But they said that the next game they make will be very different from the previous games they've made already, which is Splitgate 1 and 2, Splitgate Reloaded, which is still basically Splitgate 2, but just like better, and then Impulse. So I don't know if they didn't elaborate on that. It doesn't mean we don't know if that means they're not doing live service games anymore. We don't know if that means they're not doing multiplayer games anymore, or even first person shooting games. We don't know. But again, all information out there. Forte, what are your thoughts?
I'm not surprised.
me
SloMo,
either.
you being one, I'm muted.
No, I said me either.
Oh,
I'm
so
not
me
surprised
either.
either.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. When's the last time you played that game, SloMo? You were big. You were one of the biggest advocates.
I mean, it's coming up on a month, I think. Maybe 3 weeks. It's been probably about 3 weeks.
How many times have you
I
played it in the
uninstalled it.
last calendar year?
Well, Impulse only came out like 2
Well,
months
Impulse
ago.
came out. Yeah, a couple months
Splitgate
ago.
Reloaded came out a year ago. I
I
haven't
mean, that's what I was
played
thinking. I was
that.
thinking about Splitgate. Yeah.
I haven't played Splitgate Reloaded since maybe January, and I uninstalled Impulse 2 weeks ago.
Listen, man, it's a dog eat dog world out here, bro. Like it's so much competition. I mean, you got to think about just all of the different, and we're not even talking about new releases. We're talking about games that had betas and demos that people been playing for like the course of the last couple of months. Like you had the Gears beta, you had shooters like Halo Campaign Evolved come out. You have got the Call of Duty beta going on. It's just so
Much
it is
competition.
so much competition. It's like it's truly almost and I can't say 100% certain, but it's almost impossible
For a new game, you
for
think?
a new game or I won't say that they're it's not that they're not a proven studio because they have released games before and people have liked them before, but it has never been a game that has hit, that mainstream to the point where it had so much staying power. Like I remember when Splitgate came to console for the first time, that was the biggest groundswell of support they got, since it's been out, since it
And they
was at
weren't
PC
ready.
and stuff. And they just weren't ready for
Yeah,
it. They
they
were not
didn't
ready for
have
that.
like people were waiting 30 minutes to get into the game.
I
They
know.
just didn't have the service support. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think
No,
1047
you're good.
is the most. I've never seen a developer shoot themselves in the foot as much as this dev does. Like it's just like they do things that doesn't seem to like they don't realize how they're like giving themselves their own L. And I'm not even talking about the whole make FPS great again hat that the CEO had and that pissed a lot of people off.
Mhm.
Outside of that, if he never did that, I don't think Splitgate 2 would have been successful anyway. Because there's just like Splitgate was
Oh, that was that
unique.
dude. That was okay. I
Yeah.
forgot who that was. Okay.
That's the only thing that people remember him for, which is also part of the problem. Like people don't remember him for the game; they remember him for making the dumb, doing the dumb hat. And you're saying make FPS great again while you're announcing a game that's doing the opposite of everything that your debut game was doing. You changed the
Mhm.
gunplay in a way that people didn't like. You added battle royale, and you're talking about make FPS great again. You did all these microtransactions and all this like all the stuff that other games are doing that people aren't liking is what you did with the game. It's just like you just again you gave yourself your own L. You released the original Splitgate, which was like it was a good first game, that got traction because it was unique and different. But the
Mm-hmm.
problem was that like those portals was just way too different for people, and it just like people just weren't really jiving
They
with
were,
it.
yeah,
And then you
ready
got
for it.
yeah, they weren't really so you come out again, you had all those issues, but then you do impulse. And you're invoking, remember Forte, we were talking about this. You're invoking Titanfall. Why are you bringing up
That
Titanfall?
was a
I was
big
like,
mistake.
yep,
Yeah,
That
that
I'm
was a
like,
big
was.
mistake.
like you don't say that openly. You let people come to the conclusion it's like Titanfall on their own. And if it's their idea, then it has more credence than you trying to tell them, hey, check out our game. It's like Titanfall. No. Like you don't do it. And then you come out with the game and the gunplay ain't nowhere near Respawn's gunplay.
Not even close.
You don't even have ADS. Bruh, in the year 2026, you release a first-person shooter with no ADS. Who you think you're Halo? No, that's
Halo
not
can't
gonna
even get away
work.
with that no
Yeah,
more.
Halo can't exactly. So it's just I I wanted to like it, and I appreciate the devs for reaching out and giving me keys and giving me early access and talking with me and listening to my feedback on things. And like they started working on adding ADS. But it was just like you can't just do that. You can't just be like snap your fingers. ADS is in there tomorrow. Our bad. No, that takes time to work on it and change your gunplay up, change how your mechanics work, test it out, and you just don't have that. Because what happens in today's society when it comes to games, as soon as you turn gamers off on what your game is, that's it. They're not giving you another chance.
Right.
You mean a shooter that don't have ADS? All right, I'm out. Going back to Call of Duty. I'm going back to Apex
Mhm.
Legends. I'm going back to whatever else I typically play. And you've already lost them. And so, sorry to hijack it, Forte. I'm just, I feel
No,
bad for them because I
no,
wish this would have worked out.
but that's why I said you were one of the biggest advocates, and I think the biggest thing is it just wasn't the game was never in a situation where you felt like it ever gained enough traction to even be noticed. It's like that good looking girl that just comes to the school. She comes to your school for the first time, and people notice her for the first day, but then she doesn't do anything special. She doesn't she dresses like everybody else, and she just blends in with everybody else. It's like, I don't know who you are. I'd rather stick with the things that I know and the people that I talk to all the time, because there's nothing special here. And that's kind of what that game was. It just came off that way. And I just remember a lot of people talking about it for the first couple of days. I remember you talking about it in your preview. After you were even the fact that you left a stream to go play it because you had a chance to play it early. That's how much I knew you were really excited for the game and you really liked what you played. But then I heard nothing else about it. And then that's when I knew. And when I saw this topic, this being broached, I was like, makes sense to me. Because the person that I know that was the most excited for it really didn't say anything else about it after the first couple of weeks. And
Dude,
they
I have like 4 games that are like multiplayer games that I rotate. And when I get into like I feel like just, shooting people in the face, I'm playing those games. I'm playing
Mhm.
Fortnite, I'm playing Call of Duty, I'm playing the finals, and it's always like a 4th game that doesn't really hang. And so that 4th game for a while was Impulse. But like when I would decide I need to go shoot some faces for a little bit,
Mhm.
when I thought about Impulse, it was just like it wasn't like, oh, I'm dying a lot or I'm losing. No, it's not like that at all. I'm bored. Like
Mm.
I'll have a match where I went like 33-6 and I murdered everybody, and it was like that wasn't fun. Like there was something missing from it. And I wish I could figure it out so I could like articulate it and tell them, but it was just like it's just not fun. I'm just not having fun. But like when I play Fortnite, I'm having fun. You start
Yeah.
playing Fortnite with my daughter. We're having a great time, even though I'm playing the goofiest, stupidest games ever. But we're having fun. When I play Call of Duty outside the cheaters, I'm having fun. When I play the
God,
finals, I'm having a ball. But it's just like I
God
would
bless
play
you for
those
still playing
games and
Call
then
of Duty.
I would think about Impulse and I'll be like that's why I decided to uninstall it because I was just like, I'm not gonna play this anymore. I don't want to play this anymore. So yeah. I'm sorry.
No, no, I'm good.
Uh
Yeah, I appreciate you. Moving on.
Eric, you didn't know who this was until I mentioned the whole make FPS great again. Did you ever have
Yeah, I
did
knew
you
that
even
part of it.
know this game existed?
Said,
Not
did
really.
you even know it
See,
existed?
and this is part of the problem. They just they got no traction. They got no motion, man. Like a lot.
Wow.
Even
Yeah.
even if this was like the gameplay of Impulse is on the jumbotron. Even if you thought this was like compelling, the game's already dead before you even knew it existed.
Mm. And you said that has nothing to do with the antics of the make FPS great again and all that stuff.
I think he severely hindered Splitgate 2's chances. But this one,
Hmm.
that was last year. I don't think a lot of
Okay.
people. I think people's memories are so short term they don't even remember that he's the guy that said that for the most part.
Okay. Because yeah, I didn't, and I had no idea that this game was tied like to that at all. So
Yeah,
take that for what it's worth. You know.
yeah.
Mm.
Ramon, any thoughts? I know you don't really play multiplayer games like that, but any thoughts on this game's demise?
You know, the what bugs me about it is it's to see a studio get so close twice. And like you say, just the unforced L's. You know what I mean? Like the self-inflicted L's. And it's just like you got so close. With Splitgate, they could have made some tweaks to the portals to make them more approachable. Because I remember you talking about Splitgate and how you said, you when you're playing it, when you're first starting out and you're in the lower ranked lobbies, and you get good and then you go into the lobbies with, the experts and nobody's running around. They're all darting in and out of portals. And
Yeah,
you're like, whoa, what is this? And then you're dead. And it's like, they could have had a mode or a tweak to where the people who are masters of portals, they can stay in their lobby, but then have something to where you encourage people to use the portals more, but you've got an intermediate lobby where people are using portals, but they're also playing like a traditional shooter. Obviously I'm not a game designer, but I feel like there could have been a way they could have done that to get people at least using comfortable with the portals, even if they don't become like portal masters, like, in the other setting. And then, with the other game, I can't remember the name of it, their recent one,
Impulse.
like you say, this Impulse. Yeah, they shot themselves in the foot invoking Titanfall. When they, even if they could have even saved themselves by saying, we, one of the greatest first person shooters of all time, Titanfall, we were really inspired by it. And that's how Impulse was born. You know what I mean? Just say you're
Yeah,
inspired by it. People will appreciate that. They're like, oh, because we all love Titanfall. Like even people like me who don't play very many first person shooters, Titanfall is one of the greatest stories in an FPS I've ever played, even though I
yeah.
haven't played
Oh
that many.
yeah,
Like to
Ramon.
this day.
I gave them that kind of feedback too because I said, hey, look, part of other reason why you should have mentioned Titanfall is that there's some people whose experience, like Titanfall isn't just one game, it's two games. And there for a
Yep.
lot of people, they love Titanfall 2, not for the multiplayer, but for the campaign. And so your
Exactly. I never
game,
touched the multiplayer.
your
Never touched it.
game does not have a campaign. So like you're invoking a game that that your game isn't like one-to-one emulating like that. It's just like
Yep.
you don't do
No,
that.
you're
Let other
absolutely
people come with those comparisons, not you.
no,
Right.
you're right. And if I hadn't been, more savvy, and I had heard them say, Titanfall and everything, be like, oh snap, I might have bought it and be like, where's the campaign? They said it was, like Titanfall. Where's the campaign? You know what I mean? So yeah,
Yeah.
I feel bad for them. If they do get one more game out, I really hope that they can nail it because, the potential is there. We've seen the potential that they can make an awesome first person shooter, but they got to go back and they got to really look at the mistakes that they made, with a magnifying glass and be like, okay, we did wrong with this one. This is what we did wrong with that one. You know what I mean? Like they really got to go in and take a look when they build their next one, and hopefully their next one will be the one to save the studio if they can be saved. Because I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
I I
that's
want to move on to the next topic, but I got one more thing to say, I forgot to say it initially about this, but I don't know if they'll be listening to this or not. I don't know if they still follow me. Maybe they just follow the SloMoBackSlap channel. Maybe they won't see this, but if they ever do see this, matter of fact, if you're a developer who's making multiplayer games and you see this, please take my words to heart about this. Stop listening to your tiny community about what you should do
Uh-oh.
about your game and how to modify your game and how to adjust your game. It never works out. Ever. I have seen this happen for far too long. Too many developers listen to the small minority of hardcore players of their games and say, "Hey, oh, what they said we should nerf this. They said we should nerf like." And I saw it. The first time I ever saw that was in the Division 1, where the Dark Zone guys who only played in the Dark Zone were like basically manipulating Massive Entertainment and Ubisoft to get all the gear sets and builds they didn't like nerfed in the Dark Zone. They were just like, "Oh, this is OP. This is overpowered." You just basically just want to play the game your way, and anything that people came up with that countered your way of playing and dominating the game, you wanted nerfed. And it took Ubisoft a long time. It took them to the Division 2 to realize we can't listen to these people because they don't have the best interest of the game in mind. They have their own best interest in mind. And in many different ways, I have seen games die for listening to selfish people who just play the game a lot. And they think because the person plays the game all the time that, oh, I should listen to what they have to say. What they're saying is accurate, but it's not really accurate. You need to think about them less and think about the people that you can't get on your game more. Why are they not playing your game? Why are they not interested? Those are the people you need to get, because if you have already proven, and this is for 1047, you've done this process 3 times now where you have nerfed controller aim assist because PC mouse and keyboard players whined about it. Just do the math. Can your game survive alone without the other platforms? You already know the answer is no. That's why you go multi-platform. What do the other platforms primarily play your games with? Controllers. You have crossplay on. Why would you make the experience worse on consoles for the players that you need to actually have your game survive simply because some douche noggle out here is whining because he can't beat someone with a controller? He's one dude. streaming on Twitch to 5 people. He's not important, bro. What's important is making sure your game is attractive to players of all platforms. That's how it survives. And now, for the 3rd time in a row, you're killing a game that's got less than 1,000 players playing it concurrently. And they're like, huh, I don't know why people don't want to play this. Seems awesome. Nobody wants to play it because only you like it, bro. Only you 856 guys like it. No one's making a game for 800 players. Your next game, completely ignore all the people that you keep listening to and make a game that is going to be attractive to everyone. Does that mean you gotta be a little different? I mean a little less, unique? Does that mean you're gonna have to do a couple things that people may say is, hey, you're selling out or whatever? Hey, look, you trying to make money, bro. Go make money. But continuing to make the same mistakes over and over again and listen to the same losers over and over again is just going to get you exactly where you are right now, which is laying off more people, good people, and shutting your game down. So just don't make the same mistake again. I'm done. You guys,
Very well said.
oh, thank you. You guys ready?
Yeah, I said well put. Well put.
Let's go.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, really? Xbox has officially announced their physical to digital programs. It's something that we've been talking about here on DPS for, I would say maybe not all summer, but we definitely discussed it this summer a couple of times. But Asha Sharma, CEO of Xbox, came out and officially spoke on it through social media this week. And it's been said that it's coming soon. From unofficially, it should be ready before this year is up. But for those who are unaware, you own an Xbox game on a disc. You can put that disc inside your Xbox if you have one that still has a disc. Because if you have a Series S, then you already gave up that ghost a while ago. But if you have an Xbox Series X, you just put the disc inside, or maybe I don't know, like older Xbox Ones, right? Put the disc inside of your console, and you will get a digital key, digital license for that game, and that license will stay with your account until said disc maybe if that disc is then used on a different account, then the digital key for that specific game would then transfer over to the other account. So pretty nice program, I would like to say. Does that basically mean that Project Helix, their next piece of hardware, is not going to have a disc? Probably. Seems extremely likely. But at least they have a option for people who own a bunch of games on physical and want to know how they can be able to play that in the future. Eric, what are your thoughts on this, man?
I think Fun Auntie struck again.
You said
Fun
who?
Auntie Asha. Fun Auntie Asha.
Fun Auntie. I love that. Go ahead.
You know, hey, because she coming through with the party spirit. You know what I'm saying? So I'll say this. Like, I'm kind of with you where I think Helix most likely won't have like a drive, and I guess I'm curious as to if someone keeps like their Series X around and they pop that disc in. I'm guessing that digital license will still carry over to the Helix, which is still good. Options. There's nothing wrong with options. And I actually posted on Blue Sky, said, I'm sure there'll be like a subsection of people who will find or try to find a problem with this. But the problem that they're going to run into is that there really isn't one. This is not something, there should be no issue with them doing this, giving an option to people They still want you to move into the digital realm, but they're saying we still respect the fact that you have a library. That's an option. That is an option Sony could adopt. Because again, I don't think anyone's disillusioned. Even the people who are hardcore physical, I think somewhere in their head, and if it wasn't, then that's weird. They kind of knew that this world was coming, right? This realm was coming. But it's about how you ease people into it. This is an easement. This is a way to kind of say, we know y'all going reluctantly, but we're still trying to nudge you this way. That's all this is.
Yeah.
But it's palatable. It's something that says, oh, I feel heard. I know we're going this way. It may not be the way that I want to go, but I feel heard still. You know, versus the other company that's just like, we got this. Y'all ain't going nowhere. We're going to do this. And then guess what? We're ghosted. We're not saying anything to you. We're going to come through and smash. And then when you text us, we're going to sit around with all our friends and laugh at the text that you keep sending us. We're going to tell the whole school that you were a horrible lay. And you still going to be here.
Oh man, that's very specific, Eric. I mean, like, this sounds like a story you've lived.
I've never done that.
You sure? You sure?
I'm just, and as far as I know, it's never happened to me. But anyway, I'll say, but that's the type of energy a certain company seems to be on right now. So when you have this other company over here who, you know, we can all admit has stepped on a numerous numbers of rakes over the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
These are solid little wins, and I know I see people anytime that they make an announcement. You know, look, nobody's forgetting about the layoffs. Nobody's forgetting about, you know, the things that have happened. But even in the kind of way that they had the layoffs, that sucks. The whole industry right now is garbage in the way that's happening. You know, they didn't have to necessarily close any studios. That's a positive. And I keep seeing people when they announce something, they do the key jangling like gif, like, oh, look, they're trying to like deflect. And it's like, what are they supposed to do? Shitty news gets delivered. You still have to run a company. You still have to try to sell a product. All these things still matter. But again, at least they are providing options to people.
Yeah,
they're I think across the board though, everybody's in a crappy situation because you're in a position, as we were talking about before the show started, that console prices are out of control. I don't think anybody's attracted to that right now, which again makes me wonder why the other company's moving so funny. I'm like, I don't think this is going to be on lock as you guys think it is, because you got people in a very precarious position right now with the economy, with the price of, you know, products right now because of like the AI farming and the memory and everything else like that. Maybe I don't want to be moving like that right now. But the other companies over here saying, hey, we have to roll with the punches, but here's another option for you. And I think if they keep playing those cards right, some things could fall into place for them. I think it's a dope option, quite honestly.
Cool. Yeah, and I largely agree with you. I think it's a good option. It's something that like they really didn't need to do, but also,
right.
I understand it's a business. If you were in Sony's position, you probably would not be as open to doing something like this. This is more of like when you are the least attractive option, you need to do a little bit more. To use a kind of another example, if you a somewhat unattractive brother, well, you better be funny. You know,
right.
or you better have some money. You know what I'm saying? Like, you better bring something else to the table, because clearly your face ain't exactly bringing the attention that you want, right? So it's like you need to do more than the other person that is your competition in order to get the same level of attention. And so, yeah, it makes sense to me.
Or at least until everybody else wakes up and realize that the good-looking person over there keeps screwing them over.
True, right?
Because usually that's sometimes how the ugly dude end up with the good-looking chick. Like, because her good-looking man keeps screwing her over, and she goes to talk to the other guy all the time. Why can't he be more like you? You know.
Friend zone Kenny.
Again.
You know, friend zone Kenny is just waiting.
Gotta be careful.
Exactly.
That's a
I'll never
tightrope
treat you
line to
like
walk.
that. I'll never treat you like that. That's awful.
I don't know why he be tripping like that, but I would never do you
Yeah, I
that way.
know. If you was with me, I would never be that way. And pat you on the cheek, like one day you gonna make somebody real happy.
You know what he said this morning? He said that he ended all disc production.
What? He said what? Oh, won't you
In 1 year.
come on over? I got a bottle of wine. We can talk it out.
I'm doing this to digital. Oh man, that is so sweet. You're doing this to digital.
See how you be
You're gonna
thinking
make
about
so
people? See
many
how you be
gamers so
thinking?
happy.
You gonna make some
See,
girl
I
real
think
happy one day.
Not me, but some.
Like, well, what if we could? You my friend, but you my friend. You my friend, though. I don't want to. I don't want to jeopardize. I don't want to jeopardize our gaming friendship. You
Yeah.
Hey, we need to move on. We giving a lot of people
Yeah.
PTSD right now. It's a lot of dudes right now. Just
if you're in this position,
their
do
fist
what
is
we say.
balled up right now. Their fingernails digging into their palms, drawing blood right now. They so angry.
Yeah.
Ramon, what are your thoughts on the whole digital?
And to throw out an in between analogy, you messed up. You made a mess in the house. You didn't clean it up. You never make up the bed, and one day she just got fed up and you in the doghouse. So while the homes next door is doing, he's doing pretty well. He don't, he still has movie night, with the wife and everything, and he pop some popcorn. But not only are you gonna have to do movie night and pop some popcorn, but you got to come home with flowers, and you might want to get her them pair of slippers that she's been talking about, and you might want to cook dinner after you've had the movie, because you're trying to get out the doghouse, and so the Xbox right now, Xbox has been in the doghouse for years, like has already been said, they trying to battle their way back. And I think that sometimes folks, when they're existing in the realm of this is unlikely, that's unlikely, you can get blindsided because yes, it is unlikely that Xbox will return to the glory days of the 360, but it's not impossible, and they can do a series of things really right. The RAM crisis thing ain't gonna last forever. And I'm not saying prices will go back to what they were. Maybe they will, but I'm not saying they will. But it's unsustainable the way it is now because eventually that bubble's gonna pop. How big that bubble will, how explosive that bubble will pop, we don't know. But the it can't sustain what it is now. So eventually stuff is gonna readjust. And they're
Say
lucky
that
that
now.
things happen they're lucky that things happen the way they did because Steam, with the underpowered Steam machine, still could have had folks looking sideways because if it had come in at at least a comparable price, it may be less powerful than a base PS5, but Steam as a platform, I mean, it's a better platform, and so they're lucky with that. They're lucky Xbox is trying to rebuild. Like, and PlayStation is really lucky, but I digress. This disc to digital move is nothing but a good thing. And I've seen people try to say, well, all the physical bros, like, why are you celebrating this? Blah, blah, blah. They're celebrating it because while they're not happy that physical games are going away, they're also realistic in knowing that it was going that direction anyway. So at least I can still collect my discs while I can, and I'm not left in the dark, and I can upload my disc and I can have my digital library. You know what I mean? So this
Yeah, it's like
is
best of both worlds in a way.
yeah, it's the best of both worlds. Exactly. So it's
Right,
it's
and
a really
also
nice olive
let
branch.
me say this: this is a half measure. Like if you're someone that you really care about ownership, this is a good thing, but it's also not quite what you're looking for.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they
Yeah.
didn't say you're getting a digital ownership of that game. You're giving. It even says it in the little trailer that they put.
You'll transfer the license
Digital
to whoever.
license unlocked.
Yep.
License. You're still
That's why I said
not
it's like an
going to
easement. It's
own
like
the game.
we're nudging you over here because we still want you to be digital with us. But yeah, but it's still it. And SloMo, you and I mentioned this, and I talked to Ramon about this too. But it's like the fight now really needs to be shifting towards what digital ownership means because interestingly enough, going into the Sony blackout, this week, they made sure to go ahead and throw that EULA back out there at you. For those of you, for those about to strike, we salute you. But remember this,
You don't own none of
and when you come back from the strike and you log in, go ahead and sign this EULA again to make sure that you remember what time it is. But go ahead.
And that's the kind of stuff. Look, that EULA, everyone's got a EULA. What we need to be fighting for is to get this stuff to change. Because if one of us passes away, we should be able to transfer our digital library over to a relative, a brother, a child, your spouse, whoever. They don't even want to do that. Like, that's egregious, right? So it's like there are things like that for no good reason you went out and let's say you bought movies on the Microsoft store. You bought movies from Sony, and then they're just like, yeah, you don't have those no more. They're gone. But I just bought that 3 years ago. Yeah, and now you don't. And it's just like, that's not good enough. Like in other industries, we have seen companies go out, even when they did, these companies haven't even gone out of business, but we've seen companies go out of business. And they're like, they have to do something with the digital libraries of the customers they had before they finally transition off to no longer being in business. And does that mean you guys do a little bit of extra work to figure out how to transfer the licenses of the customers you had to a different platform? I've seen that with like ebooks, where a company goes out of business. All right, well now your books are now can be accessed through Kindle.
Well, what they did,
whatever. But go ahead.
Amazon there's an example of that. Sorry to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Amazon's Kindle used to have a proprietary format for their ebooks. It was called Mobi. And now, if you look at Kindle books, it's not Mobi anymore, it's EPUB. And EPUB can be read on you can now buy a Kindle book because it's EPUB format. You can buy it on your Kindle. And let's just say you don't want to mess with Kindle anymore. That EPUB book, you can now transfer it from your, because you can load your library into your computer, right? Especially, if it's in EPUB. So you can load it into your computer, and then you can side load it into, if you have like a Kobo, or if you have a Nook, or if you have, what do you call it? iBooks or something like on your iPad. So now you can move that book over to another device. And there was a big fight about that. Even some big name authors that, I was having conversations with, and they're like, well, if you want to read my book on, a Kobo and you have it on Kindle, you should buy it on Kobo. And I'm like, man, I won't say his name. I'm like, look, I'm like, but you got to think about it this way. If I buy a hardcover copy of your book and I have it on my bookshelf over there, and I buy a new bookshelf, all I'm doing is just taking it from that bookshelf and putting it on my new bookshelf. Right. Should I have to buy the book again and put it on my other bookshelf? I'm like, an e-reader is literally a digital bookshelf. That's all it is.
Yeah.
There's no pirating going on. There's none of that. It's just a digital bookshelf.
The customer's already given them your money. You shouldn't need to get more money out of them for them to be able to just, like you said, read it off a different bookshelf. That's just that's just like the way things are. It's just I think a lot of companies, and even as you can now even see, authors have looked at things and looked at how technology has advanced and just decided I can use this to make more money for doing less. And that's just like it we have allowed it to get to the point where it is now. But where I will always back the physical, media zealots is what things cannot stay the way they are when you take options away.
Okay.
It was acceptable before, even though it still wasn't right, but there was an option and it was physical. When you take physical away, you cannot keep things the way they are and think that's going to be okay. It's just not. And so, and this is
And
why
that's the thing, yeah.
like on PC, I look at what I'm looking at for a game. I look at GOG before I looked at anywhere else.
Same here. I've started doing the exact same thing, and
Now everything
that's
doesn't come
actually
to
the
GOG
ironic.
because GOG is DRM free, and a lot of these companies want to have DRM on their games. But if it's on GOG, that's where I'm buying it because I own it there. That's the only storefront on PC where I get to actually own it. It's mine.
And
I
that's
will
the
have
irony.
it forever.
That's the irony of the whole situation too. Is a digital storefront is the most secure way for us to own our games because you don't even have to have the launcher to have the game.
Yep.
Even discs right now, like we saw with the Xbox outage, people couldn't even play their games on disc. So that's just so ironic that, even, not on PlayStation, but on Xbox, even if you have the disc, if an outage happens, there could be a glitch and you can't even play games on your disc. But GOG is the most secure way to own your games.
Forte, what are your thoughts on this?
It's basic. Well, to me, it's mostly a move to revitalize a feature that was announced in 2013 that they are finally realizing in 2026. This was part of the whole Xbox structure of ecosystem where they had the ability to have physical games shared digitally with your friends, but it was a 24-hour check-in, which is the biggest thing that people didn't like the most, and brought up the situation around PlayStation saying this is how you share games physically. Just give them to someone. But the whole premise around that was the fact that your games, you could just put them in your system and then you would just have a digital license of that game. You just had to check in. So, and it was a little bit, and this is way more elaborate now. They flushed it out even more than that. But that just kind of lets you know where these companies' heads were over a decade ago and the direction they wanted to go to. And they always say things come back full circle if you just wait long enough. And this is just another point where, like you said, will we have gotten this now if Xbox is in a more stronger position? Most likely not, but I also think we would probably get a form of this at some point in the future. It's just it just got to a point where they had to like really go back to the roots. It's like, okay, what can we do to garner goodwill with our player base? Because the biggest thing is, how are we going to win back the people that we lost? Where you're going to talk about the things that matter the most to them, exclusive games. Okay, well, let's pull Gears of War and bring that back to Xbox, and let's talk about some of the other games that we're going to bring and keep only on Xbox too, which isn't a complete list. What's another thing we can do? Well, we were going into a digital ecosystem of digital future. We discontinued the Xbox Series X with a disc drive, which maybe they didn't, because now they're coming out with a 25th anniversary version of the console with a disc drive. Who knows? But there's a lot of different things that Microsoft is doing and what Xbox is doing, because a lot of it is just due to the fact that that's what they have to do. Like Game Pass not being $30 is not, it's not $30 a month because they didn't want to charge you $30 a month. They changed it to $22.99 a month because they had to, because they were bleeding subscriptions. People were literally canceling their subscriptions, just like people were canceling, or people still are actively canceling their PlayStation Online accounts because of the situation that PlayStation is playing with right now. So these companies don't do anything by accident. They do it because they feel like they have to do it in order to, garner the respect of the players and the fans and the people that, put them where they are. Let's not even shortchange that. If it wasn't for gamers like us on this panel, where would Xbox truly be? Supporting them throughout all these years, throughout the ups and downs and all the different things that they made, to the point where, the only reason a lot of us are still part of that ecosystem is because the availability of the games on PC allow you to still be in that ecosystem. So that's the biggest thing here. So this is just another move that I feel like is in a bigger line of moves that's going to be happening over the course of the next, we're about a quarter, like we're about 40% through that 100 days, probably halfway through that 100 days. And, a lot of different things are happening in fast motion. But the true question comes down to, is it enough? I mean, like, Rome wasn't built in a day. It definitely wasn't, and it definitely wasn't torn, but it was torn down really, really quick, faster than it was built. And that's the same thing that's happening with Xbox now. How long is it going to take them to build back that foundation that people really want to be a part of? Now, this is a great move. This is a great step, and it's speaking to a lot of sentiment that a lot of people have around gaming when it comes to their, physical media still being a thing. Is this a fix that everybody wants? Like the type of fix? I think they're willing to wait and see, because the biggest thing that I think a lot of people take from this is, it seems like Xbox wants to meet us halfway. Is it all the way? Is it the complete ownership of your digital library that everybody wants? Especially like what you were just saying, like being able to like pass your digital ownership on to someone else, like your family member, your kids, or anything like that. But the first thing that these companies will tell you is, well, that's not hard to do. You could just, as long as they have your information, they can transfer ownership by just changing emails and passwords. So that is also a way that you can go about doing it, but it still doesn't change the fact that stuff can disappear off your account at any notice. Now, some companies give you better leeway than others. Xbox has been very good at letting you know when games are going to be unavailable inside of the store for you to purchase or even to download. Like, I remember a lot of people, when Forza was one of those games, if you didn't have it installed by a certain date, some people are just forever going to have that on their hard drive because they don't want to get rid, because you don't have a way of re-downloading it again, especially the older ones. I think they actually changed that now, because I think you can actually, it shows up in your library. But I know that was a big issue at first when they turned off the fact that you can't even see it in the Xbox store anymore. But this is just one data point and a line of other data points that need to kind of happen. And it's a good move. It just comes down to, is it going to be enough? And for a lot of people, is it really going to matter when it comes to Xbox? Now, if this was PlayStation doing it, I think it would mean a lot more, because of just the sheer volume of people that support that platform and want to be a part of that platform, where I just feel like Xbox shot themselves in the foot so much that this just seems like a move that is meant to get their fans back, other than bring entire industry back to the table to say, okay, this is a good start. Where do we go from here now? And then that conversation can start happening. So good move by Xbox. I like it. It's good. I mean, the fact that you can buy a game, like right now, I can go buy a used game when this goes live, and use it on my console and just put it in. And then technically, you could technically just return the game back to a store. And as long as that game is sitting on a store shelf and nobody buys it, you have access to that game. Now, one day you'll just wake up and somebody else will have access to it because you don't know who bought it. But I'm telling you, this is the type of stuff that's going to happen. People are going to go when this goes live.
People always abuse stuff.
I'm telling you, when this goes live, there are going to be people that are going to go out and they're going to buy some of their favorite games. They're going to put them on their console. They're going to return them to stores. And then they're just going to enjoy those games as long as they can until somebody else buys it. And then all of a sudden say, dang, I don't have access to it no more. That means somebody must have bought the game that I had in my disc, in my tray at one point, and go from there. So just food for thought.
You just reminded me of something.
What's up?
Delisted games like Forza Horizon 1, 2, and 3. I miss those.
I miss them too.
Like, so I guess you could hunt down the discs, download them in, and be able to play them.
Yeah, that's something they haven't really spoken on, because
that's what I'm curious about.
You would think that since those games are delisted from the store, how would you have access? But they also said there's going to be hundreds of games that aren't on the store that's going to be accessible through the stores now, because they're doing this cross unification of Xbox. They're going even further with that unification between Xbox and PC. So a lot of those games that you have there, you can even do on your PC, which I think they haven't really talked about. So if you put a game in your Xbox and it shows up on your digital library, does that cross over to your PC platform if that's a game that you own? So there's a lot of different things that they need to talk about. I can't wait to see what the FAQ really looks like when this finally does go live. But that is a really good point. Like, how is games that are delisted, if you have a disc, how is that going to be supported, or is it even going to be supported? I guarantee there'll be some games that are and some games that aren't, but that would be a really good thing to think about too.
Very true.
SloMo, what about you, sir?
Oh, like I said, this is a good first step, but it's not like
it's not the step.
Yeah, it's not the step. It's not going to end here. It should not end here. What needs to happen is essentially what people are looking for, what people want, which is true ownership.
Which is true. And again, like I said, I think it's an easing tactic for, largely for those who are still kind of dragging their feet for the physical part. I don't want to say dragging their feet like in a derogatory way. It's just people want to own and prefer to own. And I think, again, we said Microsoft is doing because they have to, but there is a lot to be said about nuance and addressing a situation, especially when right now you have a hostile, volatile environment where Sony's concerned. Like, because I definitely feel like, Wolverine is being dragged through the mud more so because of how people are feeling about them right now. Right. I think everything is being ridiculed and criticized and everything else. And and I still think something that Phil Spencer has said still rings true. Like, for them, they said they lost the worst generation to lose. People are kind of locked into their libraries. That still kind of remains true. But when you piss people off enough, they'll go scorched earth on you. And then by somebody saying, sometimes by somebody just feeling like they're being heard, could get people to move. Depending on what the next option is. And if they come correct, like with Helix, and they come correct in the messaging, which has always been their issue, they always have a messaging issue, versus Sony who's not saying anything, that could be a big thing. And I think that is the biggest thing that's going on with Sony right now, is people are just aggravated as hell because they're not speaking to them. They're just laying it down and saying, this is how it is. We have nothing else to say. And the people that they're speaking to are the shareholders. They're not speaking to their consumer base anymore about anything.
Yeah.
And like I said, and that goes further into what SloMo was saying. Like, if you came out and started really talking in earnest about what your digital library means and, solutions for whether it's some versions of ownership versus some versions of licensorship or whatever the case may be, just speaking to people moves them along with you. But when you just say this is what's happening and we're done, people are like, oh, you want to bet?
Right. Like you're
Yeah.
testing people, you're daring them. I
Yeah.
dare you. I dare
Yeah.
you have a
Exactly.
problem
Like,
with
what are
that.
you gonna do?
Okay.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Oh, what am I gonna do? Okay. What am I gonna
Hey,
do? Okay.
it's like Sam
And
Jackson,
then,
Miss Society, who's like, pull that gun out. He's like, what you gonna do, nigga? He said, what I'm gonna do? Pull that gun
yeah.
out. Yeah.
All right, let's get into this last rapid fire.
Oh really? Oh really?
So we had we're going to talk about Gamescom in a moment. That's one of the main topics. But we're something that didn't quite happen at opening night live for Gamescom, which is the stream that Jeff Keighley does. Xbox at Gamescom revealed 18 minutes of gameplay for Fable. And I don't know if you guys have seen it yet. I do have it on the
Yeah.
Jumbotron right now. I like some things and I don't like some things. And so I'll go first because I've played all the Fable games. 2 is my favorite, and I've been looking forward to this game for half a decade now. So but every time. Let me get the stuff I like out first, and I'll get into the stuff that I didn't like from it. Visually, it looks amazing. I love the scale of the cities. I love the art direction they went with. I the world seems alive, and I feel like Playground really nailed that aspect of Albion, the world
hmm
in Fable. Um, I think, and this kind of goes beyond just the 18 minutes, but like some of the other things they talked about with story, the old girl who was in the MCU as Agent Carter is a villain. They showed her earlier this summer in a trailer. I think it's fantastic getting her in there. A lot of the stuff with the story really resonates with me. I like all that stuff. It's because of those things. It's a day one for me, regardless. That's it. Every time they have shown combat, I have not been impressed. Every time. And so, like, I have watched this 18 minutes of gameplay at least 3 times. And I'm just trying to, like, I really focused in on the parts that were the gameplay. Everything else, enjoying it. But when it comes to fighting, I'm just like, but the first time I saw it, I was like, something just don't feel right. And I couldn't figure out what that was. Then I watched it again. And I'm watching it again. And I'm just like, what is it about the combat that just doesn't resonate with me? And then it was the third time I was watching it where the hero the character is fighting a gang in an alley. And that's where it really hit me. Yo, this combat is really clunky. It's like animations seem stiff. And there are parts where and I noticed it more when they showed combat for the first time than now. I feel like it's gotten a little bit better, but it's not quite there yet. But like when people swing weapons, even I can understand it because I've seen the combat where like the hero has like a huge hammer, and that thing's supposed to be heavy. So it's supposed to be like unwieldy and swing slowly. Okay. But when it's just a regular sword, why does it look like it's slowing down in the air in mid swing? It's like things like that are bothering me. The magic is bothering me because it seems like they tried to go with like a more like not realistic because like magic isn't real like that, but like a less bombastic kind of look to the magic. And I just it's a problem for me. We have time though. Like we got like half a year. So maybe they're still working on some things, ironing some things out. But that's the part that's just really kind of giving me some reservations. That and when they showed the skill tree, like the skill tree didn't look bad, but it looked very basic. And so I can't really say too much about it because they didn't show everything that's in the skill tree. So I can't. I mean, it may look basic because it didn't seem to have a ton of options to it. I mean, it had options, but it's like it's not multiple like sub trees and multiple pages of skill trees. Like you can look at like so many different games the way they've done skill trees, and they got them like subcategories sectioned off for like different styles or different kinds of weapons, and I'm pretty sure they got some of that in there too. I don't know for certain because I haven't seen them all, and so I can't fully have a full idea of if the skill tree is too basic or not. But just off at first glance, I was like, I was kind of expecting more. But overall, I'm still going to get this game day one. Like that's just not a question. I'm getting it day one. I'm hoping they shore up a couple of the issues that I have. Ramon, what are your thoughts on Fable?
So, my history with Fable is for the I want to say 1 or 2 months that I had an OG Xbox before it crapped out on me, and I went through 3 of them crapping out on me before I gave up. Fable was one of the games that I played, the first one, and then I loved it, loved it. I mean, it was really good. And then when I want to say it was when I had my Series X, I got to play the what is it, the anniversary edition, the special edition one, whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
And with the jack of knives and everything, and then the dragon ending and all that. So I played it again then, if I remember correctly, and it was fantastic. Like I loved it, and I loved it enough that I bought it on PC. I haven't gotten to it yet. Obviously, it's too much stuff. So I can't say that I'm a Halo. I can't say that I'm a Fable fan because I've only played one, but I am a fan of Fable 1, and I like that vibe. I like the fairy tale aspect of it, the dry British humor. Um from a story and world aspect, I loved every single thing I saw of this new Fable. Like, I love the dialogue, the dry humor, the just all those things. Loved it. Um, when I saw that combat, I can d- I can deal. Excuse me, hiccup. I can deal with um if your story is lackluster, but you have to have excellent combat and excellent uh what do you call it? Or excellent gameplay and excellent visuals. If your visuals aren't the best, but you have good gameplay and a great story, fine. You know what I mean? Like you can fall short on one thing, but you have to do a bunch of other things to make up for it. The
Mm-hmm.
combat, unless something is truly, truly terrible. When I saw that combat, and it's like, they're wailing on this big tall dude with a mallet, and it's like the only time he even registers that you're hitting him with anything is when he's walking towards the character and they're shooting him with arrows, I think it was. But the whole time, like, he swings his weapon and then they get behind him and they're wailing on him with their sword. And he's not even like, his body's not even moving. It's almost like they're hitting air. And then he just keeps swinging. Nothing annoys me more than a character who shrugs off my attacks without so much as an acknowledgement of it. I can't tell you how much I hate that. Like, I have a sword. You don't even have a shirt on. And I'm wailing on you with my sword, and you're not even flinching at it, and you're just getting your attack off as if I'm not doing anything. I can't stand that. So that turned me off. Um I'm still not turned off from the game because there's still time for them to polish it up. I mean, they have several months, so they can still polish it up. They can at least add like some form of, you know, get some folks in the mocap studio and
Hey,
and
I
get
got
them
a
to,
question for you. Would you
yeah.
think about, so in light of all of the feedback and some of the grifters, the kind of unwashed masses that were complaining about the female character's face, have you noticed with this gameplay they went with a created character's face? I mean, they
Yeah,
created all the
I
character, but
noticed
like
that.
but you have the ability to make your character look like however you want to make them look, and so I feel like that was a reaction to the unwashed masses, the unwashed ones, as I like to
Yeah.
call them, who were
Yeah.
complaining about this woman's face. They said, "Okay, let's show them a created character that looks different than this woman, so they get to understand the idea that you don't have to go with the default." What do you guys think about that?
I think that the thing that I really wish that we could just like tuck all those people into a dingy corner at the edges of the internet and just let them stay there by themselves. Because, like, I'm gonna tell you what my reaction was when they first showed the female character who, like, when I saw her, I busted out laughing because it clearly looks like humor. They're not trying to make, you know what I mean? Like, it was
Mhm.
clearly meant to be funny. You don't look at that face and think, oh, they're just trying to appeal to blah blah blah. That was a humorous face. Now, on the flip side, considering who it was modeled after, they did her dirty. But
Yeah,
then
they
when you
did. I've
see,
seen that
they did
that
her
actress, the
horrible,
model
but
or
this is
whatever.
pretty.
She's a pretty
This is
girl.
very pretty.
Which is
They tend to
something
do
that I've
that these days,
noticed.
though, because they did it with what's her name from the Star Wars game.
It's Western devs, man. I don't
It's
and
Western
Yeah,
devs.
I don't get it. Why it's like Western devs
Outlaws.
Because they're afraid. They're
will
afraid of the mob.
hire a beautiful model and then not accurately
Make it look
put their
busted.
face in the
Yeah.
game. And it's just like, what was the purpose of even hiring this person? If you weren't
Yeah.
going to
It's
do
weird.
them justice, it doesn't make any sense. We never see this with like Eastern developers though. They don't have any of these problems. I'm sure they
I don't
don't
think
do
we
as
see
much
it with these
mocapping,
developers.
but like they all but like for Stellar
They just
Blade,
tend
for
to have a
example.
problem making their girls look way too young or something.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah.
different
You
issue
know,
altogether.
That's
But
their
that's a
problem.
whole other.
but you look at
That's a
like
bigger
Stellar
problem.
Blade,
Yeah,
Stellar the even though the body was different, the face of the Korean singer that they used as the model for Eve and Stellar Blade, it's the same face.
Yeah. It
So
looks
it's
just like
just
her.
yeah, so it's just like I don't understand why that seems to be so difficult for Western
But
devs. It
to
just
be fair, to be fair though, on the most recent Before Now, when they showed that character again, she looks more like her actress.
yeah, they
So
did.
it
That
could
is
have just
true.
been an
From the
early
first
build.
reveal to the second, so
Yeah,
last time they showed her, she did look more like that. Yeah,
yeah. So she looked more like her actress, which I was like, okay, So I thought that either A, that first one was meant to be funny, or it was an early build. And the reason why I didn't say early build is because she clearly looked incredibly goofy. So I thought they just did that to be funny. And I laughed until I saw the real actress and I was like, oh, this is based off of a person? And then I'm like, dude, why did they do that to her? You know what I mean? So
yeah.
that's when I was upset because at first I thought it was just a goofy middle with medieval character and everything. And then I saw the actual actress and I'm like, okay, this went from being funny to being not funny. It's like, what are you trying to do? But, not to get off on a tangent, but um if they can at least do something with the combat to make your enemies reactive to what you're doing to them, then there
How was
will
it? They
only be
do
one of them.
react. They just don't react
yeah. I was gonna say because
very. They don't.
yeah, 'cause I was gonna say
Yeah,
the combat on the jumbotron a moment ago, like she's swinging into them and they're reacting, they're being hit. But I'm gonna say this. I play the devil's advocate here, and yeah, I do hope the combat gets a little deeper. But most of the Fable games, I'm not making excuses for it. I'm saying Fable never really had like the deepest combat
that's
system,
true. That's true. Yeah.
right? Not to say that you can't make a deeper combat system, But Fable played this balance, this line of like it was all about the humor, the quest that you were going on, and the combat was sort of like serviceable. So I think a few tweaks aside, that they might be okay. I don't think it's the worst combat I've ever seen in a game.
Oh no, it's
But
not.
if the other parts of it land, like they nail like because like you said, the world of Albion looks amazing here.
Oh, it looks
Yeah.
fantastic.
Their character models look incredible. Like everything is looking on point. And I mean, let's be honest, their character models look a lot better than the mutants that we used to see in Fable. In Fable 1, 2, and 3. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't so the realism of the world looks fantastic. So right there, in the world building aspect, I'm sold. If they land the humor, that's another one. If they land the adventure itself, like the side quest and the story itself, which from what they've shown so far. So, but everything that's been shown up to this point, it lends itself. Because remember what was the main thing we were saying for the longest? They kept showing us the same trailer, the same stuff, but they're not showing us the combat.
Yep.
So there you go. But again, maybe they'll take this feedback and be able to do a little bit more with it. But I'm looking at how she's throwing the powers around, and I'm looking at how she's moving. It kind of looks like standard game stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I'm just looking at a part in the Jumbotron where she's swinging into the guy with the hammer, and
Yeah.
it's not registering that. Like, I
Right.
can't
That's what
even
I was
tell if
talking.
the hits
That's what I
actually
was talking.
landed. Like, did she
Yeah,
hit
that's what I
him?
was talking.
No, because when she's swinging at like the regular minions, like they're reacting. This dude, she's just like swinging into either, nothing's happening.
Yeah, and so when there
That's
is
my
no
problem.
reaction from him
Is it because he's
that
the brute?
yeah, but I mean, just like that's just not.
There still needs to be some sort
There
of
needs to be
register.
some sort of register that your attacks are actually landing and they're actually doing
Yeah.
something.
Because he's walking right through it. It's like he's still picking up his hammer as you're wailing on him. He's picking up his hammer, and he's not even like stumbling. He's not flinching. He's not even like when she gets distance and is I don't know, shooting arrows, or I can't remember, throwing whatever. Like he kind of flinches as he's walking towards her, but the whole time when she's wailing on him from behind, it's like his body isn't even moving.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's
Yeah,
like a
I'm
lot of
wondering if
that
it
may
is
have
because
been
he's like
the
a
animation of
brute,
him.
like tank.
I think a lot of it may have to do with the fact that like in a lot of that fight, and the animation of him swinging the hammer is like she's attacking him as he's swinging the hammer, and I wonder if like they don't have an animation of mid swing gets interrupted, or
Is there a parry? Anything? I didn't really see any of
I
that.
didn't
Because the
really
thing
see
is,
any parrying. I just seen a lot of
fighting
dodging.
fighting like an elite or a brute in most games, like when they're swinging through, like you're usually taking most of the damage if you're not rolling out of the way, if you're not slicing kind of parrying or whatever. Usually, if you're swinging into them, depending, they're not always registering the hit that you're giving them anyway. So I don't know. Again, I'm not going to overly nitpick them because I think everything I'm seeing so far looks pretty dope. But we'll see. I don't think it's the worst thing I've ever seen, but we'll see.
Well, for me, if the combat, let's just say the combat doesn't improve from what I see now, that won't kill it for me, because, like I said before, if you nail the story, if you are doing very well everything else in the game, I can forgive that. You know what I mean? Like I can forgive, one major flaw if everything else is nailing it. So the only reason why I'm not, day one or near day one on this game is because I want to see if there's any kind of friction playing it on a non-Xbox platform, because I'm going to play it on PC. And there have been multiple cases of people not being able to play Xbox games on non-Xbox platforms because of their sign-in crap. And I'm not going through that again, so I'm just gonna hang back and see. And if there's no issues with that, then it'll definitely be on my list, because I love what I see otherwise.
See, look right. No, and I've not run into that because I don't really have a lot of Xbox stuff like on other platforms. But I have heard from you and other people that is like a big problem. But I'm looking at how she's running through this, like the town square, and like that world looks amazing.
Oh yeah, it looks fantastic.
It does.
You know, and like you said,
Forte,
sometimes that's another kind of build like to bring you in. You know,
yeah.
like all the NPCs walking around and
Which, by the way, they all have their own scripting of like they're basically
yeah,
have a kind of living their own lives. Which, you know, if you do it the way Capcom did in Dragon's Dogma 2, that
hmm
could be to the detriment of the game and its performance because the scripting with Capcom and the Red Engine took up too much memory and was too heavy on CPUs, and they just basically bogged the performance down in cities where there's a lot of people. Hopefully, Playground using their proprietary engine Forza Tech, and maybe the memory requirements a little bit less for that kind of work, and
right,
hopefully they have a good balance for that. But we'll have to see.
yeah.
Forte,
You know what? Well, I'm
go
sorry. I know
ahead.
you want to. I'm sorry. I was going to say one more thing. I think what I think the issue that we might be concerned with the combat, maybe it's a weight issue. There doesn't seem to be like any weight to what she's throwing around. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't seem to be registering as like heavy like hits or anything like that. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah, Forte, any thoughts on Fable?
I think this game is what it's going to be. I think what you see is what you get. I think
oh,
thinking that you are going to get anything other than what you, I mean, you got to think about it like this. And I did notice, and that was like this, I think probably like halfway through the video, I noticed, I was like, oh, they changed her face. I was like, oh, they did a career character. I was like,
can't believe they listen. Like someone said, the unwashed ones, dudes who
Yeah,
got
of all the people to
Dunkin'
listen to,
Donut glaze under their fingernails from 4 weeks
taco
ago.
guess
grease
what?
on their shirt.
But guess what? The vocal minority is the ones that are the loudest, though, and they're the ones that actually are speaking up and talking. So
The
and
guys who
then you
make
got
their character don't look nothing like them for real.
exactly. So I mean, like I said, that's no one really knows, but I do find it interesting because that means you had to actually put effort in to make a character, or you hit the randomize button on a character for female and it gave you this. So, but we can't say that there was no effort put into that because they had a character model. It's easy for you just to boot up a build that already has the parameters set that you already have for the base character and just play the game. They actually did something different.
I don't
So,
want to play as a chick.
right. So,
I need to play as a big sweaty guy.
they are kind of showing you in so many ways that is something you can do in the game, which we already kind of knew. But I guess some people are visual learners, so they see it for themselves and they know that you can do it now. So
Right.
that's how it is. Now, combat wise, this comes from a person that loves Hellblade. And the thing about Hellblade's combat was it did have weight. It just wasn't deep. And when you said that, I
Oh
thought
yeah,
about it.
you got a point there.
When I thought
You got a
about it, I
point
was
there.
like, you know what, you got a really big point here. Because I am the first person to tell you when you play a game, it's like when you play Marvel's Avenger. When you played as the Hulk, it felt weird
Yeah.
because you're playing as this big broken guy, and it's no
He's
power.
he's
No,
pulling
Nothing
back.
going. Yeah.
He's pulling back and just wailing on like security guards, and they're just eating the punches. And not, I'm like, he's the Hulk, bro. That guy's body should have just exploded on
evaporated.
impact. It should have been
Yeah.
blood and guts everywhere. And if you're not going to do it like that, then don't have the Hulk fighting like that or something. Like figure something out. But just like
Yeah.
if the Hulk cocks back to Oklahoma and then lays into, I don't care, the guy's wearing some big huge armor, he should disappear from the map. He should disappear from the screen. He should be gone.
Yep.
Just fly up in the
Yeah.
air. That's what makes sense. Like, remember Forte when we was playing, I think it was Modern Warfare 3, and they put in the finisher from
Oh, the Kong finisher, the greatest finisher in all Call of Duty games.
And so even if you weren't using Kong, you could still do this finisher where he would just basically uppercut someone off the map.
Eject them from the playing field.
And it was so
great.
good. It was great. And it's exactly what you would expect. Like if you have a finisher for freaking King Kong, you should be basically uppercutting someone into the stratosphere. They should be orbiting the planet. Like that's what I expect to see. And so to get back to the point, yeah, like when certain attacks, just because the dude's big doesn't mean that he should just not be reacting to being cut by a sword. Dude's just wearing some woolen shirt. Like he's not even wearing body armor or anything. So like it just doesn't work for me.
Like I said, I go back to like when I go back to Hellblade, it's like the characters were way bigger than you, but when you swung, you felt the weight in the weapon, and guess what? When they blocked you, you staggered. It was like you hit a wall, and it was like either they're going back or you're going back. The only problem I had with that game was the combat wasn't deep enough, and it was like consistently the same thing. It was like you did the same combination to break blocks and everything, so it just got real repetitive. So when I looked at this, I was like, it's not that bad. And like E said, it's never been a real big focus of Fable in general. But when you implement a fighting style like that,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
That might not fly now. That's what I'm saying. When you but that may not fly now. Yeah.
Right. When you implement something like that, people are kind of looking for. They're not looking for what it used to be, because guess what? You're bringing this game to an audience of not only people that played it before, but a new generation of people that never played it. So they know what a fighting combat game looks like, and that just wasn't it. And I know how people are going, like you said, people are going to give it past. Like it's never really been the focus of it. But I think that was something, especially when you talked about the weight of it. I was like, you know what? I think that's exactly what it is. And, is it time for them to do something about that? I'll also tell you about Ninja Theory having a world-class capture studio that they did mocapping in. And guess what? We still didn't get the same. We got better combat in the second one, but we still didn't get what we wanted until Microsoft showed the game off to sell it off to somebody else, and then we finally got it. But I don't know. I just think what this game is slated to come out first quarter of 2027.
Yeah, in February.
And it's already been delayed like 19 times.
Right. They already showed, and the reason they showed you this is because, we haven't really seen the combat outside of a couple of reels where they showed you 2 or 3 frames of it at one point, but it was never in full motion like it is now. They had to show you something because all they did in deep dives and things like that is just show you the environments, the conversation trees, the character animations, and the models. They could keep doing that, but it's kind of saying like, okay, well, what's the actual gameplay look like? Yeah. So now they're finally showing you the gameplay, and then of course people are they're like very, very divided on it and stuff. So I think the purists are going to love it. I think people that actually have a way of wanting to be able to interact and play their games and feel like that it's like something that they're engaging with, and that's part of the combat in general, are going to be on the other side of this. But I think what we see is what we're going to get outside of a couple of bug fixes and some touch-ups. The combat is the combat at this point. So I hate to say it, 7 months from now, this game's going to be out for people to play at, and you really can't change as much as people think they can change in that much time.
Yeah, look, I don't mean to harp on this, and we can just move on after I say this, but just like, she has a fireball spell, and when she uses it, it looks like she just threw a firecracker at somebody.
She did that Jubilee.
Yeah, she's Jubilee, and it's supposed to be a fireball, but it's just some fireworks. It's not like look at that, and then go look at some gameplay of, for example, Hogwarts Legacy. And sure,
Oh man,
there's
you all murking people in that joint, man.
yeah,
Like,
Oh man.
and sure, like that one, like the way magic is done in that is fantastic. Like I mean,
yeah.
you're levitating people, slamming them on the ground. You know,
Now that had weight. You
yeah.
slam them
When you
like
use the
trolls and goblins into the
fireball,
ground.
Oh,
when you
man.
use whatever Harry Potter spell or whatever that has fire, it was believable. Oh, that's a fireball. You know what I mean? Like, and you see the reaction of getting hit with it. Like the fire stays on the enemies for a little bit. You see them trying to kind of pat it off because it's literally fire. Like when she throws her firecracker at somebody, they're just like, all right. I mean, you just hit me with a firecracker. I'm a little angry. That's like it's just
Yep.
it's and then sure that's only one aspect of it because there's the range, there's the melee, and there's the magic. But that's just like when you look in comparison of other games that are doing all those aspects, it just doesn't really compare. Like look at a game that has like great like Horizon, for example, Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. Look at how Aloy uses arrows, and that looks better than how she does range combat in this. Look at how like any game with swords in it, and just compare. It's just not quite there. And just the last thing I'm gonna say, I feel like movement is stiff. It's just like it in a fight. I like to see someone look athletic. Like if you're gonna be a
Like Geralt of
hero,
Rivia.
yeah, like she doesn't look athletic. Your hero does not look athletic in any way, shape, or form. So
Well, the new model looks like we watching WB Thursday night. I was just looking at the character model they decided to use instead of the other girl. I'm like, wow, this looks like it comes on at the what's that? Riverdale?
Yeah, Riverdale.
Hey, but Forte, like you said, we got 7 months before this drops, so not much is gonna happen. But the beautiful thing about game development is they can get an extra 7 months after the game launches.
True. They can shore some things up after the fact, but
wait, the real game doesn't come out
The
till
real game don't drop until the summer.
We can buy the developer edition in 6 months.
Oh my
just
God.
you wait to September of 2027.
This game's gonna be fire.
6
Next
months
Christmas.
after it launched, you about to get the real combat. Like, man. All right, let's get into these main topics. Let's discuss the other aspects of Gamescom. So we had Jeff Keighley's show opening night live. That was Wednesday, I think, or Tuesday. One of those.
Tuesday. That was Tuesday.
It was Tuesday. So some pretty good games. It was a 2-hour show. Just a couple of highlights here of games that were shown. Warlock Dungeons and Dragons looked pretty interesting. We saw Final Fantasy VII Revelations again. The what they call them, 4A Games showed off a new Metro game, Metro 2039. We had what looked like an anime version of GTA and Ananta. And by the way, all throughout the show, we just kept getting like bombarded with Korean and Chinese games. It was a lot.
Man,
they had
they're coming correct.
They had a collaboration between Lego and City Skylines that seemed like this should have happened a long time ago, but Lego Skylines looked fantastic. I thought that looked good. I'm not even really into those kind of games, but I was just like, wow, that's like a collaboration that should have happened a long time ago. And then MiHoYo, who makes Genshin Impact, I feel like they had like 3 games that they showed during the show.
How many games does that studio drop?
They're like a massive 1,000 developer studio in China, so they can they really maintain, and every single one of their games plays differently, but they still got that whole gotcha thing. Because like Genshin Impact is like a action RPG. What's the other one called?
Honka
Um,
Star Rail.
yeah, there's
Star
a
Rail.
yeah, Honkai Star Rail is
Trust me, I know
turn-based.
about that game. I spent way too much money on it for my daughter.
Yeah, that's turn-based RPG. And then you got Zenless Zone Zero, which is just like a straight-up action game. And then now they got this other one. I forgot what they called it, but it's basically their Souls-like game. And I'm sorry, but
The
I
game
will say
looked
this.
crazy.
Visually, it's different than their other, because all their other games are very anime looking kind of games, like that kind of animation, and this one is very much not that at all. This is it looks more like Elden Ring in more ways than one, because was it me or the first Elden Lord looked like there's a character in the trailer, the guy with the axe. He looks just like, what's the guy's name? Godfrey? And as the first Elden Lord in Elden Ring. When I saw that, I was like, yo, FromSoft better get on the horn, yo. They better do something about this. This is
What are you
copyright
doing,
infringement.
man?
This is crazy. So, a lot of the Korean and Chinese developers seem to be just basically taking a lot of other established ideas and putting their own spin on it. Which, hey, look, if it lands well, I'm not complaining. If it's executed well, you do you. But a lot of that was there, in addition to what I think some of you guys are probably the most excited for. The biggest highlight of the show, the one more thing, was CD Projekt Red showing off The Witcher 3 remaster.
Yes.
Who, for
Yes,
those who
sir.
already own the game, you will get this remaster for free 99, which is today's industry is completely unheard of. Like I think
Yep.
Rockstar threw up in their mouth when they heard that, because they're just like giving it to them for free. Why would you do such a thing? And also, if you just own the base game, you'll be able to get the existing DLC that's out right now for free. And they also announced a brand new DLC that's coming soon as well. That one won't be free, but with everything else, I think that you're getting a pretty good deal. The Witcher 4 will be released in 2028, so we got another 2 years for that. But what CDPR is doing is very similar to what I've seen Gearbox do, for example. When Gearbox was coming out with Borderlands 3, they did a free DLC for Borderlands 2 that was like a bridge between the two games. I wonder if what this new DLC is doing is kind of bridging where The Witcher 3 is to what The Witcher 4 is going to be. So
That's what
all that said, Forte, I'll go with you first.
Yes.
What are your thoughts about opening night live? What was the thing that you enjoyed most about it?
I will tell you the thing, man. I felt like it dragged on. It was a lot of games. It's like 50 games they showed there, and I was like, the thing that as soon as I saw Final Fantasy, I nerded out because Resident. I can't wait for that game to come out. That it falls literally right in line with all the other 2D HD games, like like Octopath and stuff like that, Triangle Strategy, all those games. I really love it, and this just takes it to a whole nother level. I watch that trailer all the time just to get hyped for it. Can't wait for October 28th.
Oh my god! I just saw another thing that Mihoyo copied from Elden Ring. I'm sorry. I'm just
So you about to go through it, ain't you?
Yeah, that has
bro.
swagger jacking.
They
What else did they
copied
copy?
okay. So if you've ever fought the name Mikola, the whatever her name is, the rock girl, what was the hardest Millennia, thank you.
Millennia, yeah.
Blade of Mikola. If you've ever fought her,
That's her cousin.
Right. Yeah. When you beat the first phase, she does this thing where she raises up in the air and she comes down, and there's
Yeah.
like this rock blossom, this scarlet rock, uh, that, and then there's like a flower of it kind of comes out of the ground. They literally had the same thing. It
Oh
was
man.
just yellow, and I'm just like, I missed that when I first was watching it live, and I'm like,
Yeah, I
I'm
didn't
seeing
see
it
that
now,
either.
and I'm like,
Yeah, I missed that too.
what? And that
Yeah, I
what
missed that. They on some Power World.
it's like they were playing Elden Ring, and they were just like, that's amazing.
That's a good idea.
Put that in the game.
That's
And
fire.
Yeah, we should do that. We should do that.
Oh
But make it
my.
orange.
Yeah. Just
But
hey,
make it
just
orange.
make it yellow, so they can't say we copied it from them. No, we didn't. Yours is orange. Ours is yellow. What are you talking about?
Can't you see colors?
The freaking Elden Lord is in. I'm just sorry. I look, taking inspiration is one thing. That's straight up that's straight up copying.
Oh,
But it's
man.
cool. It's whatever. I'm sorry I interrupted you, Forte. Please continue.
No. You're good. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of some other ones that really like. I really like the Metro's trailer. Oh, what was the name of that game? It was can't
Lego
remember that.
Skylines?
No, not I like Skylines too.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
love Skyline game. I didn't even see that game live because it was like I was in and out of. So I actually went back and looked at the trailer for it. Yeah, that looks really, really cool. I was like, I really like Exodus. I was like watching that. I was like, man, why does this make me feel like I started seeing it?
They showed the it was a story trailer about one of
Yeah, it's a
your crew
story.
members. Yeah.
Yeah, and I kept getting Mass
Yeah.
Effect vibes every time I watched it. I was like, what is this
Hey,
gameplay?
they're former
Like,
Mass Effect devs. It makes sense.
brother, every time I looked, like me and my brother was like looking at the trailer. He's like, bro, I feel like I'm watching Mass Effect. I was like, this is great. This looks awesome.
With an octopus.
Yeah, with the octopus.
Yeah,
It is
and
like
they gave us a release date. It's April 7th. I think.
April 7th. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I think that was like one of the I wasn't even really looking at that game, but then when I saw it, I was like, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this one. Another game. Oh, I love Mega Man, so the fact that we're getting a new
That
Mega
looks
Man game,
fire.
bro. Because I like to the point where we were watching it, and my brother was like, bro, we was like reminiscing about all the Mega Man games, and we were like, bro, remember what you had to use to beat Dr. Wily? I was like, you had to use the bubbles. I was like, it's so great. And
That's another one. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. That's another one because people keep saying like, man, why can't Capcom bring out a new Mega Man? They're like, y'all just don't know. We got you.
Y'all just don't know. We got
I
you,
just don't
bro.
know.
I was like,
yeah.
hey,
I'm sorry. Rainbow
No, no.
Six Tactics is like the perfect Rainbow Six like
yeah.
side thing to do. Like
Yeah.
not a main Rainbow Six game, but if you're going to do a Rainbow Six game that's like a different genre, doing an XCOM kind of tactics version of it,
That makes a lot of sense.
It makes so much sense. And they're using all the same tools and that you would use in Rainbow Six, and I'm just like, man, so many no-brainer ideas that they could have been did a long time ago. Yeah, that's a day one for me. I just saw it on the jumbotron. Was like, oh yeah, I forgot that one. Sure, my bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually true when you say that. Is Notice? It felt like I was looking like it's made by that's the game you were talking about, made by the same people that do Genshin Impact and Hunger Star Rail.
Yeah.
That game looks, dude, it looks
really Notice Fall.
good. Notice Fall, yeah. It looked so good. It was so good. It did, but it's like I always look at it and I was like, am I gonna feel like I felt when I played Beast of Reincarnation? because I was watching that trailer made me like, oh man, this looks really cool and really good. And I like dismissed the fact that this game was made by the people that make Pokemon. And I should have knew that it wasn't gonna be as good as I thought. Now, I don't think this is gonna be the fact for this game, but I do
MiHoYo games play well. Like
they
when
do
you
play
have a
well.
gotcha system where it's very, very grindy, the gameplay has to be good because no one else will endure the redundant and repetitive design of fighting and doing the same things over and over and over again if the combat isn't good. It's always good. It's just the gotcha side of it, which is like doing a gotcha Elden Ring. Like, what does that even look like? I mean, like,
Well, that's what I was thinking. Because if you think about the gotcha, that's why I was saying, what does a gotcha Elden Ring look like? But then you go to the other side of that, and you look at a game like Tides of Annihilation. That's like more Souls, like in a more traditional sense, that looks just as good with the same type of combat, but way more faster. I was sitting there like, man, if I had to pick between these two, I think I would go with Tides of Annihilation. But it's just a simple fact that, like you said, the Mio doesn't make really a bad game when it comes to like their gameplay and their combat side of it. So I think that was one that I look forward to. But I'm gonna give you the one that made me die laughing as I was watching the trailer, and it's stupid. Gravehounds made me die laughing. What I'm watching dog. The game with when you played as the dogs and they were like, it's like Fortnite style.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah.
And the dude, I was like, what is this garbage? And then all of a sudden, the dude, the fort got overrun, and the dog started playing dead.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I do remember that part. The playing dead. Yeah,
I was like, did they? That's what I was like. This is too much. I say we making games out of everything. So the only reason I remember that game is because I was watching it and I was like, this is stupid. And then they played dead. And I was like, okay. I had to laugh at that one when I saw it. But outside of that,
they tapping in the helicopters with that one.
Yeah, they definitely type into the Helldive. But I think like everybody was saying though, Witcher, like to the point where I was like, where do I own Witcher 3? I said, I know I own it on GOG. I said, do I own it on Steam too? But I said, oh yeah, I do own it on Steam. I also own it on Xbox One because I have the Complete Edition over there. So I was like, man, I got this game everywhere. And I was like, the fact that they got a DLC coming out for a game that's over a decade old, let's go. I was like, let's go. And then you just look at and then at the very end of the trailer, they just show you like this wall of text of all the things that they're updating. And I was like, and I was like, the combat? I was like, hey, when you just look at the gameplay, I was like, bro, the combat looks better. And that's like one of the biggest flaws of the game. And I was like, bro, listen, the combat is even marginally better and enhanced. I'm definitely going through this game again. But yeah, that's kind of the games I'm looking forward to. I take this. One more game I'm looking forward to. I did play a little bit of it, and I need to play with other people. Alien Fireteam 2. I need to play that with other people because I love that. Yeah. Soon as I saw the trailer, I was like, you know what? I kind of want to play this, but I need to play with other people because the last one let me down, and it looks like they fixed a lot of the issues that I wanted the most from the first one in the second one. And it's like they have a lot more confidence in this one because not only did they do demos for it, they also they talked about it a lot. And that's another one that I was super happy to see there too. But good show. It's just like I felt like it was like a lot of filler in there, but when you're talking about a 2-hour show over 50 games, you're gonna kind of get that too.
True. Eric, what was your thoughts on the show?
I thought it was solid. Much like Forte, I think when you go to a Keeley jammy jam, you're gonna get that point where he kind of always kind of starts high, and then you kind of hit like that lull, and he kind of finishes strong. But kind of the way I look at it is, it's probably feeling longer for the people sitting there in the audience. At least here, I can get up and go move around and do something and come back and catch whatever.
Right.
But
Pause it or something. Yeah.
But it can tend like to lull. But I said, so what may be lulling for me may be fire for somebody else, and that's the nature of these shows. Everything can be for you. And I was talking to Ramon about this, and we were both saying like, if you looked at one of these shows and for like the amount of games like Forte said they showed, if you loved every one of them, you got a problem.
Right.
It's like your wallet's gonna have a problem, your time, everything, you got a problem. So, he's spreading it around because like that's the thing about gaming. Not everything speaks to everybody, but there should be something for everybody. So I think Keely's gotten pretty good. And even with that, he's gotten better with time. Because some of his shows, I'd be like, dude, you gotta end this joint, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you said coming up, and we already been here for 2.5
4-hour
hours.
shows. Like I remember, Forte, you remember streaming that? Like, bro.
Man, I remember, bro. I think it's matter of fact, I'm about to look at our channel right now because I guarantee you it's still the longest stream that we've ever done.
I was like, yo,
Like if we're gonna be here much longer, I need an IV.
It's like it's just, it's just like
Let me go make a coffee.
But Forte hit a lot of the games that interest me. I'm gonna also throw Turok Origins in there.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Then as soon as I saw the mechanical dinosaurs, I just instantly thought of Horizon. I was like, yeah, I guess we're going mechanical now.
Yeah, but like you said, it kind of has like that. It looks like it's trying to be serious, but it still kind of looks like corny, cliche, and that kind of works.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what else. Zoo Punk looked interesting.
Yeah.
And actually my daughter ran into the room at one point. So there's a few games, some of those middle games that kind of lull that she was all about them. Some of those like kiddie looking games. But she looked at one of them and I was like, girl, you ain't playing that. It was the, what was it? Like or Die. She's like, that looks interesting. I'm like, you ain't playing no multiplayer shooter. Get out of here.
Yeah, I was interested in that. I was interested in that one. I was like, okay, I might have to check that out.
Yeah. So, but no, I think overall, I thought it was a solid show. Definitely thought it was a solid show. I'm trying to think what else that kind of jumped out at me. I'm kind of scrolling through here. No, I think Forte kind of laid out a lot of the stuff that both of you guys, you and SloMo, kind of laid it out already. I mean, we got Gears of War E-Day, which looks great, but at the same time, you kind of look at it and you go, is this going to make somebody drop $800 on the console if they were out of the loop?
800, shoot, they want people to drop $1,000.
Well, that's on that 25th anniversary, right? Or is it? Or is all? Yeah.
I mean, it's still what, $7? I think it's still $750
put that tax on
the
it.
regular one.
Right.
That's $800, bro.
I still think personally, I mean, I get why Fun Auntie did what she did, but I still think it was probably not the best move to pull it off a PlayStation at this point because you need numbers for a multiplayer. If it was only single player, I could see that, but
brother, it'll be over there before you blink.
Yeah. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying it. It's not going there. It looks great, but at the same time, I'm also still not understanding why guys are jumping out the window like it's completely revolutionary. Because I said they're doing the same thing that they always do to you guys. It's like you guys can't leave characters alone, so they're going, hey, you guys remember? It's like what we're looking at with Doomsday. With Marvel, it's like
the time
we filled all of Disney Plus with all this stuff. Y'all didn't come over and watch, but we're gonna do this movie thing again. But you guys remember Chris Evans and Hemsworth and Robert Downey? You guys remember that? Come on back. And that's how I feel like Gears of E-Day is. It's like we got Marcus and Dom, just younger. Y'all like them, right?
Now they can climb over. Now they can climb on top of refrigerators.
Yeah, they can slide on stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not knocking it. It looks great.
Yeah, we're gonna make our
play great, but it's doing the same thing. Like run into the room, look around, you go, oh, there's something to hide behind. There's something to hide behind. So I know what's about to happen. The hole's gonna open up. They're gonna run in. I gotta clear them out. Move to the next room.
Look, my AI is so stupid that I just didn't notice that this 250-pound man just climbed on top of this building and walked around the back of me. Where did he go? I'm gonna act like I ain't see that.
Right. So Aaron Greenberg can say all he wanted that PS5 version didn't exist, but I ain't buying that.
We all know it existed. I
Oh
mean,
no, bro,
they
yeah,
have
but
they even had the when they were still doing logos of all the platforms their games were going to. They had the PS5 logo for the trailer up, so it's just it existed.
Oh yeah.
They were able to pull that one back.
Temporarily.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I'm with you, boy.
Anything else you want to say on opening night live?
are you talking to E or just in general? Because I haven't gone yet.
Eric.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
All right, cool. Ramon, bring us home. I wanted you to go last because I know you were about to gush all on CD Project Red. So go ahead, sir. Go ahead and get the glazing.
So we'll start off with Zoopunk because there's one thing that I feel like nobody's mentioned that I'm convinced is the case. It's made by the same developers of Fist.
Yep.
That rabbit looks
True.
exactly like the rabbit from Fist, just
Just
without
taller.
that mechanical fist. So and the voice sounded like the English dub voice from the rabbit in Fist. So I'm like the game already looks fun, but I'm curious to see if that's the same rabbit and how they tie him, his story, if his story's tied in. Is it the same world, the same universe, or whatever? So I'm very intrigued to see more about that and if that's the same rabbit. Warlock, I was half paying attention, and then the gameplay started, and I was like, it made me sit up and pay attention. I'm like, okay, I'm in on Warlock. Like, obviously, I need to see more, and it's early. It's clearly early, but I loved what I saw. So Warlock has my full attention. Tides of Annihilation, like so much respect to Jennifer English. I know that she wasn't able to finish because of health issues or something like that. I loved her performance in Expedition 33. But that said, you've heard me, you've had to listen to me complain for every trailer they've done. I was not feeling her performance in Tides of Annihilation. Like it just bugged me, and so I hope she's doing well, and I hope she gets her health back in order
The
so that she
frame
can do.
rate in that game when I was watching it live, I was like, bro, what's going on with some of the like I think it had more to do with like some of the abilities that she uses, but like when they get like really kind of bombastic and flashy, that frame rate
Oh
was
yeah, that frame rate is chugging.
hugging. I was like, oh man, they gotta clean this up before it comes out.
Yeah.
All over the place.
But that game, it's still, they don't even they still haven't even given a release date yet. So that's why I'm not really talking about, the performance that I saw because they don't even have a release date yet. So I'm gonna, if they give a release date and it's looking sideways, then I'll be like, all right, man, I hope you pull it together. But since they haven't yet, we'll see what we see. Final Fantasy Resonance, a Revelation got me back ready to go back to what's the second Rebirth.
Rebirth.
Yeah, Rebirth. Like it annoyed me on a couple things. The chocobo missions annoyed me, and then riding on the back of a dolphin hitting beach balls. That was when I threw in the towel. I was like, I can't deal with this. So, but I also went straight from remake and intermission straight into Rebirth. So I'm going to chalk it up to I should have taken a break between games because that
Oh
was
yeah,
a
you
lot
might
of
have had
fun.
burnout. I didn't know you did it like that.
Yeah, I did it like that. So I'm going to chalk it up to that's probably what happened, and I'm going to start from the beginning again because I didn't get that far. I made it onto the ship where you had to do the parade. The parade actually was where I tapped out because I was like, I don't want to do a parade. I don't want to be in a parade. Why I got to be in a parade? So but I'm gonna chalk it up to that and go ahead and go back into it and more or less beeline it because there's a lot of bloat I'm not about bloat. So I want to finish this out. I know I'm probably missing something. That 1666 witch game looks very interesting, so I want to see more of that. That looks very interesting. Um, I think that's it on everything else. I'm sure I'm missing something, and I'll think of it by the time it's too late. So I was expecting them to just talk about the Witcher DLC songs from the past. And then they said the remaster. And I'm like, oh snap, they're gonna remaster it, and I'm like, up here a $10 upgrade is $15. So I was like, all right, $15. I had my $15 out ready to go. And then they were like, free remaster. I'm like, a free remaster. And then I remembered, I was like, oh yeah, that's right, because they did the next gen update. I'm like, so that's kind of on brand for them, and it just reminded me of my respect for CD Projekt Red. When the suits get out of their way, CD Projekt Red does right by us, and when they do right by us, and they're smart. I do think that when the suits step aside, CD Projekt Red does care about their fan base, and it shows. But it's also a smart business move because people like to reciprocate. When you do right by people, unless they're a sociopath, but when you do right by the average person, they want to reciprocate. And by them giving us this remaster for free, doing all that work to update everything, giving both DLCs, Hearts of Stone, which was fantastic, and Blood and Wine, which was just brilliant. Both of those you get for free if you own the base game, and a free remaster. Like, all of that, everybody gonna show up for songs of the past, especially since it's more Witcher. So I'm excited for September 29th. If I can't get to it right away, I will get to it very shortly after. I originally bought it on PS5, and then the complete edition was one of the first games I bought when I built my PC, going on 3 years ago in October coming up. So I've had it, and I've been looking for an excuse to get back into it. And then I was like, all right, last year I was planning. And then when I heard about the DLC, I was like, okay, I'm going to wait until it gets a date. And now with this remaster, like I cannot wait to fire it back up again. I'm curious to see how they revamp the combat. I'm hoping they'll keep the dance like element of the Witcher combat, but make it so that it's more approachable to everybody else, because I know I stand with probably 3 or 4 people on the entire planet on this hill, but I stand by it. When you level up Geralt's abilities with the combat and you understand how his strikes work, it's more like a dance. You can't just, you don't just wail and do combos. It's a dance. You move from enemy to enemy, you do a sign,
dance.
and then
Okay, all right, Ramon. Wait a minute,
okay.
hold up. I'm gonna be on slow mo side. As much as I love that game, that was my game of the year in 2015, brother. That story, if it wasn't for the fact that that story was so good and those DLCs were so good and the side missions were almost better than the main story, that combat was the last thing I was thinking about in that game.
I'm not trying to convince anybody. I know, like I
Sound
said,
like you
there's
trying to
probably
convince
4
people.
people.
I'm just you
There's
know,
probably
you
4
sound like
people
you
on
trying to do
this
some
planet.
convincing over here.
The combat was
I'm just saying,
definitely not
more
it
you
in that
level them
game.
up, the more abilities you get, and you learn how to string them together, the combat gets to be more fun. But
Yeah, I
that
don't get why
said,
people were so
it's
hard on the
absolutely
combat. I was like, I didn't have a problem with it.
No,
Thank you.
but that's
Somebody here.
okay. But see, this is also the thing. Two things can be true. Mass Effect 2 could be the greatest game, one of the greatest games ever made, but Mass Effect 3 might have better gameplay. The gameplay, but the story and the gameplay was good enough for both of those to put it where it is. Like I said, the fact that the story in Witcher was so good, and the combat, I mean, not in the side missions, like, dude, the side missions in Witcher 3 were almost better than the main missions in the game at some points. And the DLC just took it over the top. Blood and Wine just took it over the top. But guess what? You were like, we can't, this is the thing about, how games give you that fantasy at the beginning when you got your fully, I forget what game it was I played where you're fully maxed out and you get all of these different abilities. Think about it. Matter of fact, the original God of War 3, when you're climbing mountain, when you're going through that game fully maxed out at the beginning, before you lose all your powers and everything, you get the whole breadth of everything that Kratos is, and then they bring you back to reality. So it's like they tell you how good you could be. Witcher, yes, as you get more abilities, you learn how to tie that stuff all together. The combat feels a little bit more, the nuance basically shows itself. But you shouldn't have to just be able to, you should be able to just pick the game up and enjoy the combat for what the combat is, even if you don't do a complete deep dive. Like if you think about like God of War Ragnarok and stuff, or God of War 2018, like the combat was good on its own. Then it turned into even better once you got all of the abilities. You started leveling up, getting the different shields and learning how to do the different abilities and stuff. That was like what kind of brought the combat to the next level. As much as I love Witcher, bro, and like you said, you're talking about yourself and your experience for it, but I like the combat, and that's the first thing I said when I saw the gameplay of this, and they said enhanced combat. And I can tell by looking at the gameplay that they definitely did something to the combat, because it does look more fluent. It's like they added more animations to it. So it's like it feels like you just looking at it, it looks like you can kind of time stuff better, and it doesn't feel like it's janky to an extent. So I don't disagree with you, but it's just the fact that when I looked at it, I was like, the only thing that holds that game up is everything else other than the combat. And the combat's not horrible. Nobody want to say it's horrible, but it's not at the tier that a lot of people think it is. It's like middle of the road, but it's
the only reason I am going to play this game again is because they said they are improving the combat. And funny enough, for the combat's great crowd, why, if the combat's so great, why is CDPR saying we revamped movement, we revamped controls, we revamped all this, we're doing all these improvements?
Because they're listening to their audience, and their audience, the overwhelming majority of their audience is saying they don't like the combat and the traversal. Like I'm saying, I'm not trying
To be
to
fair, I never
convince
said
anybody.
great. I said I didn't hate it as much as people.
Yeah,
Some people
exactly.
did, or made it, or it was as bad as people were making it out to be. I never said great though. So,
yeah, and like I said, I
I'm
never
not
said
gonna
great.
put that
I
on
said
your
it's more
jacket. I'm not
enjoyable
putting that
as
on
you
your
level up.
jacket. I'm just
But yeah, like they're
Arcade in
revamping.
the chat did say great though. He said combat was great.
Okay.
I'm like,
And
okay.
yeah. For me, like I found
Okay.
it enjoyable once I understood it. Because when I first started playing it, I'm like, man, I hate the combat. But the longer I played it, and when the upgrades started coming, and then I stopped trying to just go at the enemies, and I'm like, wait a minute. And I was paying attention. I started paying closer attention. I'm like, oh, I see how the combat works. But again, they're listening to their
Yeah,
audience,
it's
and
you
their
got
audience is
served. It's you
saying,
got served. You said you got dance. It's a dance. So
He
you're
said you got
challenging the
served.
enemies to a dance
wow,
battle.
yo,
Like
you do realize that sword combat is dance in general, sir.
oh, stop it.
A lot of
Let's get
sword
it is
combat
past
is
midnight. We getting into this last topic. Let's do this last topic. I refuse to discuss this any further. So for everyone, that is the most anticipated game to come out in the longest of times. This Netflix extended look at Grand Theft Auto 6 finally happened. And it's funny. Everything I said that was going to happen today happened exactly like I said it would. At 3 p.m., Netflix officially allowed everyone to see it. Everyone that tried to see it right at 3 p.m. had to deal with all kinds of issues as Netflix servers were dying under the weight of the bandwidth of the amount of people that were trying to watch it all at once. I did watch it maybe 30 minutes after it started. Had no problem at that point. But guess what else I did?
What?
I recorded the entire thing all for Twitter an hour after it came out. So what did Netflix pay
But
for?
we already know that. I told you that was gonna.
No,
I said
you didn't.
they
You were
bought-
actually challenging
no, no,
me
no,
on whether
no, no,
that was
no,
going to happen.
no,
Now
no,
I
no,
told
no,
you
no.
that was going to happen.
Nope, nope. You are not about to do this. We
I'm not about to tell the truth.
No, we are about to rewind the tape.
No, we don't need to rewind
no,
the tape. Ramon was here. Ramon, didn't I say this was going to happen?
Ramon, did I say you? I said yes, it's going to happen. I said they basically bought a 45-minute exclusivity window because this thing is going to be exclusive.
That is what we said.
I said this thing will be
SloMo,
exclusive.
you said first. SloMo said first that it would be downloaded like in short order. And Forte, you said like they instead of a 6-hour window, they bought like a 45-minute window or something like that, 40-minute window. But you both were agreeing. You were just articulating it with differently. But
And
you
I
both
said Netflix wasted their money, and they absolutely did. They wasted their money.
Guess what? No, you know why they didn't waste their money? Because I know so many people that went out and literally watched Netflix to see it. Like, granted, like we knew it was going to crash. Myself, I did watch it on Netflix, even though I didn't have to. I waited till I got home because I wasn't crazy because I knew. I looked up, it was like 4 o'clock, and I said, oh yeah, the Grand Theft Auto trailer came out. Let me go look. I said, you know what? I'm gonna wait till I get home and watch it with my wife. I didn't even watch the trailer until 7 o'clock when everything was working perfectly fine on the website.
Yeah. Anyway, I was right. And I even though what you're watching on Jumbotron right now, Rockstar has allowed you to just download an MP4 file of it at 4K, 30 FPS. Because that's what it's going to run at launch.
Hey, you like how that thing said captured on the... Hey, I was shocked. This my thing is, I was shocked at where it said at the very end, it said captured on a PS5. I was shocked it didn't say PS5 Pro.
It does look good on the PS5. I'm going to play it on the Xbox Series X because I got a bunch of Microsoft points I'm gonna turn in. I'm gonna basically spend $50 on this thing. I'm gonna use $50 of Xbox.
You're not gonna buy it on
reward points.
the flagship platform that Grand Theft Auto is gonna run the best on. You're not gonna buy it over there.
I don't have a PS5 Pro.
No, but PlayStation make you think that it runs better on a PlayStation 5.
I don't care what PlayStation say.
Oh, okay. Well,
So I'm good.
thank you for not being. Thank you, SloMo. That's all I'll say.
It's going and just to be, it's going to target 30 FPS. Okay, target 30 FPS.
Oh no!
Not be at 30 FPS.
No,
because I saw some sections of this gameplay that had me like, I don't think that's 30, but okay, whatever. But regardless of that,
you're flirting dangerously close to heresy. You cannot criticize GTA 6, man.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Y'all about to be mad at me tonight. Okay,
the Lord
I'm not
Jesus
saying
Christ opened this studio.
Okay. Before you get into the good with the bad, before you start criticizing, I want you to go first, SloMo.
No, okay, I will go first. Can I do the rundown of everything that they showed?
Please.
Okay.
So I'm going to hell with you.
So all right, so this footage was shown on a base PlayStation 5, a standard PlayStation 5, running at or targeting 30 frames per second. There has been zero evidence that the PS5 Pro or any other platforms on console will have a performance mode that runs at 60 FPS, which is still that is standard for Rockstar. They haven't really done those kind of things. And if you do get a performance mode or a 60 FPS on console down the road, it's going to be on a Project Helix or PlayStation 6, and you're going to have to pay for the game all over again. That's typical Rockstar Take-Two. Anyway, the map is 3 times the size of Red Dead 2 and twice the size of GTA 5. The game should take around 80 hours to complete. But also, back in July, Rockstar allowed select content creators to play the game. The performance was at 4K resolution and 30 frames per second at that time as well. Players can make choices that have big and small consequences in the campaign, which is now designed for repeated playthroughs. Money is more important here than in previous Grand Theft Auto games, sometimes requiring you to have a certain amount of money to continue the story. Players will need to manage their relationship between Jason and Lucia, the two protagonists, which
Because it's not
they,
hard enough to keep your own relationship going.
I was like, this is gonna break some people up. It's gonna be some women like so you can make sure that Lucia is happy, but you can't make sure I'm happy. It's gonna be a whole lot of that going on in relationships out here. I text you, you don't respond, but Lucia texts you and you gotta jump to make sure it's gonna be a lot of that going on. So all that said, that is what has been revealed. So 26-minute extended look. If you have Netflix, you haven't seen it yet, go check it out.
Yeah, you're Netflix. Go check it out on Netflix, like he just said.
Or anywhere. Because it's on YouTube now too.
Now you're gonna say anywhere, but I like how you instantly just went straight to Netflix because mind share. But go ahead. It wasn't worth the money though.
It wasn't. So
you the one that said Netflix.
My thoughts on the gameplay. So shooting, I know they said that movement has been improved, and I really hope the whole, how you gotta kind of spam, is it A or B, one of those buttons to run in GTA? I'm hoping that you don't have to do
X
that
on
any further.
PlayStation, A on Xbox controller.
Yeah. So I'm hoping you don't have to do that any further. That would be great, right?
Yeah.
So they changed movement, but gunplay seems to be the same kind of basic auto aim gunplay that you see from previous GTA games and Red Dead, which I was a little bit auto lock. It's a little bit of a disappointment for me, but whatever.
Because they never update their shooting mechanic.
Right. Which, I mean, most people aren't going to care, but I'm not most people. So like a lot, it's basically better looking and grander version of GTA that I already kind of just like, it's whatever. Like I play a lot of GTA Online back in the day, but at some point I got bored of it and I stopped. And and the campaign looks good. It looks good. I just know that like it's not going to be something I'm going to be so amazed with. This is why I'm using some Microsoft reward points for the paying for part of it, because I'm just not spending $100, which is basically the standard version. If you're buying the $80 version of this game, you're buying the GIMP version of this game. The $100 version is the actual standard version. But I mean, it like visually looks great. Their lighting system is amazing. It's not using ray tracing or anything like that, but still looks great. Still looks good. I like how you can switch back and forth between Lucia and Jason. You can kind of choose in some missions. You can choose which one that you want to do the mission with. It's very seamless. Now that everything's on SSDs, between switching back and forth. You remember on GTA 5's campaign, if you wanted to switch between the three protagonists, man, like you would zoom out, and then you'd be like, all right, 2 minutes later, you're zooming back into whoever else, right? It's a very seamless experience with this, and I think the campaign's going to be fine. It's just that when it comes to the overall aspect of the gameplay, I'm just not amazed by what I saw. Like it looked good. It looked like it's good. I mean, it's going to sell like crazy. It already has. Like pre-orders are already at like 500 million. So it's going to sell amazing. But it's just more GTA, man. And for some people, it's just like, yeah, slow-mo is more GTA, which I get. Like if you love that, you like it, I love it. But for me, that the aspects of gameplay that have not been updated is where I wanted to see Rockstar really prove that they are Rockstar. You know how everyone talks about the developer, like it's Rockstar, man. They're amazing, and yeah, they are. Like in Red Dead 2, horses' balls shrivel up in the cold, and in this game, like they got so much added detail in ways that no one else does. But the basics are still what they are. It's still the basic same like foundation of gameplay, which some people will say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But for me, it's broke because it's outdated. It was outdated shooting mechanics back when they used the same mechanics for Red Dead 2, and it just seems like it's just slightly better, but not quite like retuned. I feel like that's what I would have wanted more of, and still gonna play the game. But is it like my most anticipated game this year? Not even close. Not even close. So, Forte, I know you have a lot to say. Go ahead and say how you feel, sir.
Oh, all right. I watched it, and listen. I can't be further on the opposite of you, because looking at this, I was like, bro. I think a lot of people when they look at GTA, and I get it, it is nothing wrong with expecting more, but I've never looked at Grand Theft Auto as a game because it's not even one of my favorite franchises. Like I said, I play it and engage with it because it's my wife's favorite franchise, and so that's like our little thing. So like to the point where I didn't even watch it till I got home to watch it with her, and she waited for me. So when we're watching it, I'm just like, bro, like just the little things, like it is all about the little things that will like Grand Theft Auto. Like we can't really overlook, like you said, in Red Dead, the horse's balls shrivel up when it's cold outside. And just like that attention to detail, like when you're like the fact that you can like little things like you can switch in driving, like they start out, you could be shooting out the back while the AI she's driving or he's driving, and you can switch that on the go. Like you could take over, then the AI would take over the shooting stuff. I think that was really, really cool. Is it like groundbreaking? No, but it's something that it's like this game has everything that you want in every game. And it's like that jack of all trades, but master in none. But the thing that it is probably a master in is giving you all of the subtle things that make you feel like you're in the world that you're actually engaging in. And that's kind of what Grand Theft Auto always has been about running around the world. Like people will buy this game just to see how far they can push it when it comes to the star rating. Like, do you remember that it used 5 stars?
They did advance that, so it's
there's 6 stars now. There's not even just 5. There's 6. So I'm sitting there like, oh my God,
they added the extra star.
Listen, who knows what 5 is going to be now? They never let it get the 5 stars. It only got the 4. So who knows?
You see what they're doing here? They just basically added on to what was already there. Oh,
SloMo,
the 5 stars.
That.
Now you got 6.
SloMo,
instead of just the police after you, they know what clothes you're wearing. They know what gun you used.
But I also know the fact, the fact that it's all interwoven. Like you just think about the police chase, it's all interwoven into the story itself. Like it literally cuts to a cutscene in the middle of into the middle of the thing. Now that's probably y'all scripted because we don't know exactly how it's going to play out when you're playing, because maybe you don't make that turn like that if you're in the control of the AI. But also on top of that, it also comes back to the things that, little things I noticed in the combat. Yes, it is still the same shooting that you had in Red Dead,
Grand Theft Auto 5, 2012.
Still the same thing. But guess what? If it looks like, I can't because I haven't used it myself, but watching it, it looks more fluid. It looks more engaging. I was like watching as I'm
At
watching the
30
gameplay. I'm like,
FPS.
well, that's a crime. But guess what? That's a crime, and that's why I'll be playing it on a 4090 at some point in the future, whenever it comes to PC. But
I give
looking
it
at
to
the
next year.
gameplay,
I think
yeah, I
I
think it's
think I
gonna be
think
a
it's
year from
going to
now.
launch. I think it's going to launch on PC at the same time that they launch GTA Online,
Oh my
which is
god, you think GTA
also
Online is gonna be a year away? That's crazy.
yeah, because I think they wanted to wait for the PC release before doing it because
Before they do the whole kit and caboodle on it.
yeah, do it all at once. It's going to have crossplay, but guess what else is going to have? A subscription. It's going to be a
Oh
subscription.
yeah, I think it's gonna be a subscription
You're
too.
going to have to buy it, and you're going to have to subscribe to use it. They
Now,
are going to take you to the cleaners. You ever see that GIF from the Jetsons where the guy is giving you money and then he just, instead of taking your money, he just takes the wallet? That's Rockstar.
No, that's his wife. That's
Nah.
his
That's what
wife.
his wife
Oh, it's his
did.
wife?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wife
Now-
snatches his whole wallet.
You snatch the whole wallet. That's Rockstar. They taking everything.
Speaking
But-
of taking
And
everything,
why can they do that slow mo? Because people have built them up into this untouchable,
untouchable thing.
unfallible, beyond
People gave away
reproach
their buying
studio.
power. They gave away their own
Yep.
power.
Yep.
Yeah, but so like
That's
you
why
like
when everybody says, people go, "Man, only Rockstar could do this." Why? Because y'all have given them this power to be able to do whatever they want, however they want, whenever they want, for however long they want. And I'm even listening to this, Forte. You're not the only one who I've heard talk like this, but I hear concession. Well, this is what GTA is, and this is it's going to be this.
it
It's
could
going to
always
be that.
it could definitely be better. I don't
No,
disagree.
no. It's not even that. It's not even that.
It's
I'm not even knocking it.
same
I'm not even
UI
knocking it.
system to pull out a gun. The
Right.
same
It's like
exact one.
people do this thing, and they go, again, go with God, have fun, have a blast. It's the ultimate sandbox, the ultimate sim. I get all that, but like it's slow mo saying too, for the deity status that people put on this studio, right, where it shuts the world down. It's like they're not delivering things that other studios deliver when they update and bring out their new game, right? And I'll go back to Red Dead as an example. Red Dead 1, one of my favorite games ever. Red Dead 2, love that game too. But when you play Red Dead 2, it has the same exact shooting mechanic and system as Red Dead 1. Same exact. Because they put so much focus into, you got to brush your horse and the horse balls and all this and that. And then you got to do your camp. And then you start realizing I'm the only one contributing to this camp, and then none of it meant anything. Because they're so focused on how real the world has to be, but it has nothing to do.
Eric, Arthur Morgan, supremely, amazingly written character, right?
Yeah,
but Arthur
absolutely.
Morgan moves like a tank. Like he has this stuff, like you start moving with him, and it's like he's got to gather steam, like a steam train, and then he finally starts moving. And you know how crazy Rockstar fans are? They were like, well, I think it's because, spoilers, he's dying from tuberculosis, that they were really showing you that he was really sick the whole time. That's why it takes so long for him to move. I'm like, shut up. Like, stop
why
making
did I go into
excuses
the
for
town?
them.
Why did I walk into the town and bump into somebody who they bumped into me with their horse, and all of a sudden I got a bounty?
Listen,
I didn't do anything. I just walked
you're
into
right.
town. Right?
You're right.
But okay, but how come too? Like you talk about all the detail that goes into this, but your story is like all over the place, right? Like these things don't make sense. We got the camp. We got to do things to contribute to the camp. And Dutch has the plan. We just need more money. I was like, Dutch, it's 1850 something. I'm running around the Wild West in 1850 with over $100,000 in my pocket. We got the damn money, bro.
He said
we got more money than we would ever need, brother. Right? None of that camp stuff made any difference. And then and it's just like the same, because people get all it. The sandbox is the most. And I get it again. It's all about fun. If you're enjoying yourself, go with God. But I get nuts to the fact that you cannot criticize this developer in this game without people feeling like you have audacity. You have the audacity to question Rockstar?
Well, those are idiots, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, those are
they just drive me crazy.
Yeah, I know, and that's the thing. I am of two minds of it. It's like I can understand the sandbox being the sandbox and that there could be improvements, but then I guess when I look at it, I know I'm not buying I know I'm not looking at the game to say like this is the greatest game ever, because it's nowhere near going to be the greatest game I've ever played. It's going to end up being the greatest best selling game of all time.
Oh yeah,
at
absolutely.
the end of the day,
Oh, yeah.
no matter what.
Within hours of it coming out, it's breaking.
But that also goes into the legend that is built around this studio, because even now, GTA 5 will still chart. And you're like, who don't have this game? At this point,
people buying it for the shark cards
like
at this point.
Right.
Who doesn't have this game at this point? I mean,
Yeah,
everybody has.
So
this
don't
game.
get me wrong. Like
Matter of fact, do I own that game on PC? I don't think I own Grand Theft Auto 5 on PC.
It's an amazing thing to watch, but it also is funny. Like SloMo said too, like with the stands, like they'll make every excuse in the world why you're the idiot for even asking that question. You know, and like SloMo said, nobody's touched it yet, but guaranteed, just looking at it, there's a reason they have lock on by default, because they know their shooting system is absolute butt cheek. Right? But it doesn't matter because you're doing so much in the ultimately it doesn't need to matter to people unless you're a person who likes good gameplay like that.
Let me ask you this, E. And as I was watching this gameplay, as I was watching, especially the shooting, part of me, and the first thing I thought about it, I don't know if you're gonna think the same. With the lock on, because the lock on is different. They also brought Deadeye from Red Dead. They finally brought Deadeye over to Grand Theft Auto, so now you can slow time.
Yeah, they're reminding you that they're never giving you another Max Payne.
They reminded you that this wasn't in Grand Theft Auto 5, but it was in Red Dead 2, and now you can do it in this game. So, but when I was watching it, I will say, like you were talking about with Arthur, right? How he moved like a tank, how he moved around, like how SloMo said. You could definitely see that they actually put more effort into the movement of the character, especially in combat. And they move like normally. It's like a normal motion in combat. And part of me was looking at this with the lock-on mechanic. When I was watching the gunplay, yes, you could like you're looking down the screen, like pop, shoot, down, just like literally right to the head. The way it was moving and the way he calmly walks through the environment, it was reminding me of like I was watching a John Wick movie, bro. I literally felt like I was watching John Wick. And we all know that Grand Theft Auto and Rockstar, they always take inspiration from things that happened over the time period of playing. And part of me feels like the reason that is the way it is because they want that fantasy of you feeling like you're in. And like I said, this isn't trying to defend it or anything. I'm just the first thing I thought of, I was like, bro, I feel like I'm watching John Wick and this is crazy. And I didn't think about what you're saying until this conversation, but I was thinking about it like, dope, that's pretty dope. That's pretty fun. And for most people that engage with the combat like that, and they just say this, like how fast paced, how it's like instantaneous, and you're just like if you miss, it's because you're just bad. You know, at that point. And it's mostly just it's like moment to moment gameplay. Like we always talk about Halo, 30 seconds of fun. When you're in environments like this and in that type of combat situation, it feels like the game is like telling you like, unless you really royally mess up and miss your shots, you're gonna clear this room and it's gonna be cool to do it. And that's what I was like, because the combat looks really good, but nobody can defend that this is any different than what it was always before. They just made it look more stylized to what you would see in 2026 with everything.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But that's the thing. No one can ever look at Rockstar and accuse them of not giving you the ultimate power fantasy, whether it's being in the Wild West or whether it's being in a city. You know, they're that's what they're great at. They're great at like building the world around you. I think what SloMo's kind of getting at is If you're going to give them godlike status, everything needs to be touched. Right? And what they do is they put that new wrapper on it, and then they kind of present what the bones of the old is still there, but they put this new wrapper on it, and that's where you lose yourself in that, and that's great. Because I'm looking at it, I'm like, yo, when they're shooting out the tires and the physics of the cars flipping and it's blowing up, like you are in an action movie.
That was
great.
It
looks crazy.
Crazy, bro.
But but there is a bit of like finesse going on in there too, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But no one's gonna deliver that power trip, ultimate bag kid playground like they will. That's what they've made. That's what they've cut their teeth on. I just find it funny, like SloMo saying too, like they're out here with Netflix and they're doing all this. I'm like, y'all doing too much. Y'all don't need to do all that.
Oh, this is the thing.
But you can just do all that because you're Rockstar and people have given you the
they're
carte blanche.
They're paying content creators to promote why do you even need to do that?
Right.
You don't even need to pay them. Honestly, like you don't need to. They have contracts with content like Casanat and stuff. They have contracts with them to promote it, which the content creators are all upset because that is exposing them for basically when they start meat riding this game, everyone's gonna know that you basically got paid to do it.
Paid to do it,
but
even if that's
right.
They didn't need to do that. You don't think Casanat wasn't gonna stream this game when it came out?
Yeah.
That he wasn't gonna get an early copy. Everyone would expect him to. He's the biggest streamer in the world. So it's just like it's unnecessary to pay these people.
It's called a marketing budget. It's called a marketing budget.
You don't need any of that. It's unnecessary for. I mean,
you already got the ultimate marketing because you got everybody already out there glazing.
But guess what?
Everybody's already deified the game to begin with. Gave up their entire consumer power. They have folks out here completely gave up their consumer power before the game was even like officially revealed. I don't know how much it's gonna be, but I'll pay $200 for it. It's like, dude, be quiet. Be quiet.
Right.
Like imagine if nobody said anything about the price. Imagine if everybody was like, yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. I think it's gonna be a ride, man. I'm excited. But nobody said anything about the price.
Yeah, I tell you what, if anybody can charge us $400, it's Rockstar.
And they sitting back listening to this. They're sitting back listening to this. But if everybody kept their mouth shut, then Rockstar would be like, what do you think people will pay for it? You know what I mean? That's what the board meetings would be. They'd be like, so what do you think the market will bear? Because nobody's really been talking about it. You know what I mean? But instead, they went into the board meeting. They're like, yep, people are saying they'll pay $200-$300 for it. So why don't we meet them on the low end of that, and they'll buy it.
They did exactly what SloMo said. SloMo, they was like the $100 version of the real version of the game, but to make it sound cool, they were like, here's the $80 version.
And the funny thing about that is, I will not be buying the $100 version. The reason I will not be buying the $100 version is because the $80 version is the $110 version for me. The $100 version is the $149.99 version for me up here. So no, I will definitely not be buying the larger version.
I always meant to ask this question, and this isn't about going to get your finances or anything, because you just happen to be here because you're from Canada. When does the price? Because you mentioned it earlier when you talked about
from the U.S. But I live in Canada.
No, you're from the U.S., but you live in Canada, so you deal with the Canadian currency, which sucks right now. When does the American price versus the Canada price become too much? Because you were just talking about how a game that's 10 here would be 15 there, and you're fine with it. When does that number get to the point where you're like, that's too much? Even knowing the number it only scales based on the price of how high it gets versus it's
sometimes.
Not just well, yeah, sometimes. But when does that number for you get to the point where you're like, that is way too much?
Well, I actually said when the Nintendo Switch 2 launched and those first party games were $80. I was like,
$80.
Nintendo has priced me out of their launch prices, because those games are $99.99 up here, which means they're about $115, I think, after
Yeah,
tax.
with your taxes,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
It's
Like when I
86 for me here.
yeah, and see when I buy a if like $70 games down there after tax up here are about $102.76, give or take, right? That's what they cost. I paid that for Returnal. I paid that for Ragnarok, Forbidden West, Yote, like and a couple of third-party games I can't think of at the time. But and then let's take Blood of Dawnwalker. Blood of Dawnwalker up here before tax is $93.49. Now when it showed up on GOG, I threw it in my wish list and I was excited, but I'm like, but $93.49 before tax, like I'm just not doing that, right? I mean that's my threshold. You know, sometimes they pass over my threshold. And then going $100 before tax is over my threshold. So, I can wait. But so, and with as far as GTA 6 is concerned, like, if I if I was warmer, well, let me say it this way: gaming tastes are all different. Um, if the controls are still semi antiquated, that doesn't bother me so much as I'd roll my eyes and be like, dude, come on, you guys could have tried a little harder with this. As long
Right,
as it's
exactly.
not,
That's all.
yeah, exactly, right. As long as it's not a clunky mess and it's unplayable, then I'm fine. I'll roll my eyes and be like, all right, I guess I'll tap X to run. You know what I mean? But if I'm still having fun, if the shooting is basic, the shooting is basic. I'm fine with that. Like we talked about earlier, how combat doesn't always necessarily have to be deep. And that comes with the shooting too. Like if the shooting isn't as modern as it should be, that's fine. I mean, as long as it's serviceable, that's fine. They're doing, and as I've said before, they're doing a lot of other things exceptionally well. However, for me, everything I saw, I thought looked stellar. I thought it looked brilliant, but what it
Yeah,
didn't
you're
do
not
was
touching
make
them
me,
with character models and all that stuff. That's like
yeah, right,
that
exactly.
world
Like, and then the
and
world, the
being from
density of
Miami.
the world.
Yeah, sorry, not to cut you off. I'm saying,
Yeah.
but being from Miami, I'm looking around. They're driving around. I'm like, I know that's Vice City, but I'm like, hot damn.
See,
you know.
you're having the experience. You're having the experience I had with GTA 5.
Hmm.
Because when GTA 5 came out, I was like, dude, I used to take my car to that car wash all the time.
Mm.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, so I had that experience with GTA
Right.
5. So it'd be interesting to get to cruise around Florida, Miami. But yeah, like what I liked what I saw. I thought it looked fantastic. But one, it didn't move me to say, oh, maybe I will double dip because it looks that good. And I'm not saying it doesn't look good. I'm not saying any of that. It looks stellar. But one, if I'm gonna have to pay $115, I'm gonna do it for the superior version right out the gate. I'm not double dipping that. Two, I mean, like I say, everybody's different. Everybody gets hyped for different things, and I like GTA, but I'm not a huge mega GTA fan like everybody else. And to be fair to GTA 6, you can't you can't really give a proper impression of how dense that game is in 26 minutes. The stores you go into, the things that you do, the minor details that the non tedious details, I should add, because I'm sure they're gonna put some tedium in there. I don't want to pump gas, damn it. But I'm sure there's a lot of like minute details and really cool activities and things you can do in the world that are second to none in this type of game. So to give them credit, you can't really portray that in 26 minutes, not really, without giving away way too much. And you also want the player to be able to discover the things they're going to do too. You don't want to lay it all out. So I understand all of that. I understand all of that. But for my tastes, although I think it's stellar and I have every intention of playing it, it didn't make me want to say, "Damn, man, I can't miss. I gotta do this day one. I'm gonna go ahead and get it on PS5." I can wait. I can wait the year for it to come to PC. Hell, if it was gonna be 2 years, I'd wait 2 years. Like I'm not that moved to, double dip it, even if price wasn't a factor. I'm not that moved to double dip it. But I mean, the game looks phenomenal. I don't take anything away from it. It looks fantastic, and I'm sure a lot of people are gonna have a whole lot of fun. And for my part, I only want it for the campaign anyway. I might jump in online, like say if you guys are online, you'd be like, hey, let's jump online and just mess around a little bit in a private lobby, I might add. So I'm just telling you guys right now, like after I had one experience with GTA Online when I went into a public lobby, a public server, while I was waiting for my friends to come on, and I will never do that again. So, if you guys ever wanted to get together in a private lobby and mess around in Vice City, but other than that, I'm all for the campaign. But yeah, I mean, that's where I'm at with it. I thought it looked great, but I can wait.
All right. It's almost
Awesome.
1 in the morning. It's time to wrap this up.
Yeah.
A lot of
And
stuff we talked about.
Yep.
yeah,
We covered a lot.
it was a very, very good show. We got into everything. We discussed Gamescom. We discussed GTA. We discussed Xbox. We discussed studios with their dead games and everything we've been playing. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Shout out to Highlanders Grim 0351 for becoming a part of the infantry, becoming a sharpshooter. We are happy to have you, bro. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. We appreciate you. Also, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. It's literally 11 minutes from 1 a.m. and we're still streaming. Who else is giving you this kind of
Not entertained.
nobody?
Are you not
Nobody.
entertained?
Is that why you're not here?
But we're gonna get up
I
out
just
of
thought
here.
of one
Go ahead.
one last quick thing. One last quick thing. The worst thing in the world is to be amidst a bunch of professional pro actors delivering very dynamic performances, and you the only one in the room that's flat. I don't know if it's direction. I don't know if he's supposed to be that way. But homie, the main character, homeboy, has no emotional range or inflection or anything. He just seems so flat.
I'm gonna keep it a
And
buck with you. Ain't nobody caring about him. Everybody's all about Lucia.
Lucio.
you ain't lying. You ain't
Looking
lying.
And
good.
again, being from Miami, Rockstar know what they're doing.
Yeah, they
Yeah, they
sure
know
do.
they know what they're doing. They definitely know what they're doing.
Lucia, and she is right on the money for what? Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
They did
Eric.
their homework on that one.
Eric, let everyone know where they can find you, sir.
Well, you can find me on Blue Sky if you can find me there. That's about it. Other than that, just kind of lay low these days. Don't do a whole lot of social media. But it's been great to be back on with you guys, man. It's definitely harder, being in Spain, to be on with you guys for like 6 hours ahead. So by the time you guys are on, I've already been in bed for like 2 or 3 hours, So, but I will be back in December. So hopefully I can jump on with you guys again then once I come back. But thank you for having me as always, man. It's been a long time. It's been great. It felt good doing this again,
Absolutely. Open door policy with you, man. Anytime you want to come through, you know what to do.
Thank you.
Ramon.
Yo. Thank you everybody for stopping through. Thank you, SloMo and Forte, for having me as always. Thank you, E, for joining in. It's always a pleasure chopping up with you guys, and I feel lucky that I'm able to do this week after week with you guys, and I really appreciate that. I look forward to it every week. Yeah, if you guys want to find me on Blue Sky under my name, Ramon Terrell. And if you like reading books, please keep an eye out because I expect by the time we come back next week, my Kickstarter will be in pre-launch. If you want to get a glimpse of the cover, look at my avatar, and you'll see what the cover of the book's going to look like. I also posted that cover on Blue Sky. I am very happy with it. The artist is amazing.
Looks nice.
Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, no Gen AI. This is the work that he does. This is his work, Nick Delagaris. But yeah, enjoy your games. We got a lot of stuff coming out, and it's all started with Plague Tale, and then we're moving right into Onimusha and everything. So enjoy your games. As I always say on my soapbox, count your blessings. Be happy we got this awesome hobby. And if you're short on money, grab some indies. Grab some stuff on sale. We got more options now than we have ever had in the history of gaming. So enjoy your games. And I'm stepping off my soapbox.
Cool. Appreciate you as always, Ramon. Forte.
Man, great show. E, always great to have you, man. It's been a long time.
Thank you, bro.
And appreciate you coming through and hanging out with us tonight.
Absolutely.
Ramon, as always, love having you here. SloMo, even knowing you're wrong sometimes, I'll give you your flowers. You're still one of the best people in the world, and I appreciate
He
you.
said, even though you're wrong sometimes.
Even though you're wrong sometimes, but guess what? You my homie, and I appreciate you so much. Chat, appreciate you guys. It's late. I got to be to work at 9:30. Oh, actually, no. Actually, I closed tomorrow. Never mind. I could actually stay up late tonight. I'm so used to having to work in the morning.
6. I'm up at 4:30.
Yeah.
Real quick, Forte, how those Elden Ring copies going on Switch 2?
Oh, brother, I had a crap ton of copies on pre-order, man. We'll see what happens tomorrow when I go to work and see if they're still there. Because there's a bunch of them pre-order, but yeah, I forgot. Tomorrow I am doing, because I usually open, but I'm doing a podcast tomorrow at 1:00. The gaming roundtable with Ginger Prime, so I'm gonna be on there with them tomorrow. So he's been trying to get me for a couple of weeks now, so I told him I would do it. So that's the reason I will not be opening tomorrow. I'll be closing tomorrow. But on top of that, enjoy you guys' weekend. Enjoy the games that you're playing. Don't let nobody tell you what you should enjoy. Enjoy what you want to enjoy. And once again, appreciate everybody that's on the show.
All right. I don't know what Forte's talking about me being wrong. I don't know what he's referring to, because I'm always right, and I was told y'all to just go on Twitter and not even worry about Netflix, and you're gonna see GTA extended look. Feels good to be right. Anyway, moving on. Hope you guys.
People were even live streaming it right on Netflix. It was like, so what's the problem?
Yeah, it's silly.
got that old man theory.
They just wasting money. So we're gonna but hey, look, we're gonna get out of here. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. Enjoy the rest of your night. Go, get some sleep. Get some good rest. Enjoy your day tomorrow. Play some games. Have a great weekend, because I know I am. And
yes, sir.
we'll get out of here. Peace.
Lobo, have a great weekend.